the official voice of the Buffalo Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
We are 9 days away from the NFL draft. Bills having a couple of visits today, defensive tackles, one of which Deon Walker from Kentucky, who was at the Combine after having a stress fracture in his back during 2024, but is now healthy. He's one of a couple defensive tackles the Bills are having in on a visit with just over a week to go until the NFL draft. There was a note yesterday from Sports Illustrated that more than one person in the league says Shedeur Sanders, if he goes in the first round, it'll be because the owner got involved. And there are not many GMs and scouts that think he is a first-round pick or even a top 10 pick, which is what he's been mocked for in many mock drafts. Albert Breer reports that other teams were under the impression that Derek Carr was seeking a trade this offseason before it was announced that he has a severe injury to his throwing shoulder. Breer also adds the Falcons are being tough on a Kirk Cousins trade because other teams want them to eat most of the salary, and Atlanta does not want to do that. To hockey, the Sabres are in action tonight. 7 o'clock puck drop against the Maple Leafs. Toronto can clinch the division with 1 point, or if Tampa loses a point in their game tonight. Tonight at KeyBank Center, it's a 6 o'clock pregame here on WGR. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant, WGR Sports Radio 550.
Sun comes up at 6:33 today.
That's only in a half hour.
Yeah, 6:33 sets at 7:58. I am noticing every time I put the kids to bed, it's lighter and lighter and lighter with the blackout curtains in their room. It's going to get tougher and tougher.
I usually notice it more in the morning.
Yeah.
Like looking outside right now and seeing like the yellowish hue of the sky, like where the sun's going to be coming up, versus it being like pitch black
right
in the winter when we're in here until like 7:30. Well, more than that, even 8, right?
Yeah. Last night when I got them to sleep and got out of the room and walked downstairs, it was not yet fully dark, which was nice. And I thought, a couple months to be able to finish that and go sit on the porch and twilight maybe even.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's nice. It's going to snow tomorrow or today. But other than that, it's not going to stick.
It's going great.
It's not going to stick, I don't think. We're getting like a dusting and low-lying areas. Here's how you know that it's bad. Listening to BEN on my drive-in, as I always do. The meteorologist quoted T.S. Eliot. One asked about the forecast. Well, T.S. Eliot once said, and I thought, this is not going to be good. There's no way this is going to be good.
Who is T.S. Eliot?
It's like a writer, like a poet, kind of thing.
Okay.
So anyway, it was about how April's the harshest month and how it's 70 one day and snowing the next. So that's kind of where we're at.
That was a little bit of yesterday. Can you see it on the stream? I got a little red on the face.
You played golf.
I played golf yesterday and had no thought to wear like sunscreen or anything. So nothing like crazy, but right. I did notice my face is a little red from the sun yesterday.
Did you play and kind of when you're playing football, you pretend you're Josh Allen throwing it deep. You pretend you're a receiver toe tapping. Were you kind of feeling like Rory? You're swinging like Rory, like maybe I'll try and bend this 7-iron back left around this.
Well, try or do are very different things. Try, sure. There were a couple of times where I think I even said out loud, I got a gap wedge in my hand, and the pin's at the bottom of that hill up there. I think I just want to land this on the hill and let it run back to the pin. Exactly what Rory did on the 18th shot. And, of course, I missed the green in the left.
Right.
Totally. From 110 yards away. So, sure, yeah, a little bit.
One thing
There was no, you pull a Rory if you miss a 4-footer.
No, because
that was gone. That was gone from the vocabulary.
We are very much expected to miss 4-footers all the time.
Well, also that, yeah. Yes.
The other thing I was thinking about the Masters is just a real quick wrap-up thought that I didn't bring up yesterday. This might be true of all golf and all big golf, but the Masters especially, because the Masters doesn't really have thick rough or anything like that. How's the lie? It's almost always fine. The lie is good, where the ball comes to rest. But you're watching and somebody misses the green 3 feet to the left, and you just wait for the announcer or the analyst to say, "Oh, that's a terrible spot." Oh, all right, that's a terrible spot. To me, that looks close. But to them, oh, you can't stop the ball from over there. You're really in trouble. Oh, okay, great. Then you miss, 30 yards right, and he'll be okay over there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Every single shot, I'm waiting to find out. You got to tell me, because I don't know if that's a good miss or a bad miss.
Yeah.
Until I know where the ball is.
Yeah, I'm not like I'd like to get to the point where I watch the Masters enough, though, where I know at least some of those shots and angles at Augusta. Right, because every year you'll see guys hit it in that area.
Yeah,
the course doesn't really change too much. They'll make it faster, but every year, what is it 7? So every year you land it in the front of the green on 7, it's going to roll back down. It's going to be a really tough chip. That's been true for 50 years.
Yeah, 12's a big
100
one.
years.
You don't want to go in the bunkers deep on 12 because then you're chipping back down. That's really hard. 15, where Rory put it in the water. Anyway, golf. Well, I'm glad you got out in golf. First outside round of the year?
Yes.
Wow.
And it was very, I took the jacket off on the second hole and didn't put it back on until the end of the round. So we got a very nice warm day, I would say, mostly. Yesterday, the rain held off. Might have been the only 6-hour window, really, to play all week.
Yeah, it's going to be windy today.
It's going to be cold.
It's going to be rainy.
There'll be rain.
We are looking at, it's changed now. We are looking at some 60s, mid-60s coming up. For a moment, there was a 7 on the board, 70. But that appears to have just disappeared at this point.
Yeah.
So anyway, coming up today, Lindy Ruff at 8. We'll talk with Lindy on the Sabres as Sabres Leafs today. Maybe we share some Sabres Leafs memories. You know what I should. No, it wouldn't be the anniversary. The game. My favorite Sabre Leaf game ever, I think, was in March 2007. We can get to that, though. Is that the one where the Sabres score 4 to come back from down 4-1 to win 5-4 in regulation?
Yep. All in the third period.
That's a good one. My favorite moment, that's right up there, but the moment where the schmozzle happens and the puck is hidden for 30 seconds, and then the Sabres poke it in, and is it Leopold that scores?
Yes.
Foligno and...
Yes.
Who? Not Mike. That's not Mike Commissar.
Mike Commissar.
It is? Okay.
Yes, 100% it was Mike Commissar.
When Foligno used to be a bit of an agitator and...
Rookie. He was a rookie.
Yeah,
This is just on the block. He showed up.
He was a revelation. He showed up, and it was like nonstop, 100%, 100 miles per hour, and that, whatever, the RJ call of like, no whistle. Where's the puck? And then it's shoveled into the net, and everybody goes nuts, and the Leafs are saying, how on earth could there not have been a whistle?
Yeah. What I remember, too, is Foligno had been put on the ground by Commissar, who wasn't paying attention to where the puck was.
Yeah.
And then after the goal is scored, he just gets up, and in Commissar's face, you don't get enough taunting in the NHL. He's just arms out like, oh, look at me now. Puck was in the net. You were busy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Great moment. So tonight's
That's a good one.
Sabres and Leafs.
Is that during the drought?
No. Foligno made a playoff team. Did he not? Foligno did not make a playoff team?
I think the drought precedes Marcus Foligno's NHL career.
You're probably right. Yeah,
maybe not by much.
I mean, is he playing in the Philly series? I can't picture him, so you're probably right.
Foligno's first NHL game was in 2011-2012.
Okay, he's on the playoff team.
No. That's the first year after.
That's the first. Oh.
That's the first year after.
All right.
He had 13 points in 14 games. He had a stretch at the end of that year.
He
missed it. He missed it.
He did get drafted in 2009, though.
He was on a line with Stafford and Roy. And
Stafford and Ennis.
Stafford and Ennis, Foligno, that sounds right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stafford and Ennis. He also was on a line here at the World Juniors with Cassian, and I think we all said, I think this guy's better. Right? And I think that ended up being true. I mean, Foligno's still in the league.
He is.
I don't think Cassian is.
Cassian was a top 10 pick, 10th overall maybe.
Oh yeah, he was a legend.
Yep,
before he had ever played for the team. That's during the drought, I guess, but that is
early drought.
Drought. They're still pretty good.
That's
right?
before the drought's a drought.
That's the Ehrhoff team.
Yes.
Like they just paid Ehrhoff.
And they missed the playoffs by a little bit. Ehrhoff gets hurt. Myers gets hurt.
Does Miller also get hurt?
Maybe.
Scott Gomez?
That sounds right. You're right.
So long ago.
I know. It's just...
It's so long ago. It's like trying to remember for me like the 2001 Bills. Just I can't do it.
13 years ago, that neighborhood, yeah.
Yep.
Sabres Leafs memories. I mean, it used to be one of the nights. Everything. Think of the things that have changed since Sabres Leafs back then. It used to be if you're a season ticket holder, I would do this. You might sell one game against the Leafs, sacrifice your seats for one game, and get a couple $100 to help you offset the cost of the rest of the season. Mm-hmm. That ship, of course, has sailed on a number of levels. Not that it was a good thing, but it was a reality for people trying to afford 41 games. Like, all right, if I sell one, I can afford half of them. So that was nice. But Sabres Leafs.
I mean, they have. I'm looking for the number. This is a stat I looked at the last time they played. I'm pretty sure the Sabres have the best record
of all time
during the drought. They're at least. I think it's beyond that though. Their best record against any team at home is against Toronto.
Yeah, they dominate the Leafs here.
They dominate the Leafs here, even when they're bad. I remember being at a game during the tank season. This would be 10 years ago now. That the Leafs, they're not terrible, right? That's Kessel and Phaneuf. Like they're a playoff team, but they're not that good. And the Sabres are the worst team in the league. And I remember a game where the Sabres are just pouring it on. Like it's like 5-1 or something. And this is like my introduction as a fan to, that guy is so mad he threw his jersey on the ice. Yeah. Oh, and then now that guy threw his jersey on the ice. And now this guy, it was obviously a Leafs-heavy crowd. And the worst Sabre team that's ever existed was still just pummeling them. Yeah. So they always do.
To that point, let me get you the early stat of the day. I have this at BuffaloHockeyCentral.com. The Sabres' all-time record against the Leafs. So you mentioned it's good, right? We know that. We know the Sabres have a good record.
Yeah.
Stat of the day, powered by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit EmpireElectricians.com today. According to this, the Sabres have a winning home record against the Leafs in every single decade, individually. This one, 2020s, they're 3-4. So, a lot of 2020s left. But how about a win tonight? We'll get this thing back to 500.
Big game tonight.
But a winning record in the 70s, and the 80s, and the 90s, and the 2000s, and the 2010s. And none of them are close. 17-10-2, 12-4, 6-3-2, 27-3, 16-6-1. They are 40 games over 500 against the Leafs here.
Yeah.
40 games over. And on the road, in Toronto, they have a winning record against the Leafs in Toronto as well.
Wow.
So, yeah, they consistently beat the Leafs and almost nobody else. No, sorry, the cheap shot, we're remembering good times.
To this point, during the drought, there are only... I'm working it the other way. There are only 4 teams that don't have a better than a 500-point percentage in Buffalo. Toronto has a 462. Toronto is 10-12-4 here.
During the drought.
During the drought.
Yeah.
Where they've been good the whole time. Almost the whole time.
Most of it.
Yeah.
Competitive for the part, and then, very good for a lot of it.
That's one of them. There's 2 teams worse than them. This would be tough. How would you get this? Ottawa has a 481 win percentage. That's better. LA, who is 3-5-3, 409. And then the worst record in Buffalo during the drought, Vegas. 2-4-1.
That's funny.
It's only 7 games. But Toronto, it's in 26 games that team has 24 points here.
Yeah. Well, Lindy at 8 o'clock on the Leafs before we get to some draft stuff. All right, let's go there. It's not quite let's get stupid, but I see it talked about a lot. You ready? You want to go there?
Yeah.
We have not had this conversation yet. Mitch Marner?
You're right. We have not had this.
We have not had this conversation.
Is that because it's let's get stupid?
Is it stupid? Sabres Twitter has the Mitch Marner conversation all the time. Mm-hmm. And Can the Sabres make that happen? It begins with the Sabres convincing an incredible player to commit your time here.
Right.
And that is not an easy sell, I don't think. I don't think things are as dark as they had been in certain years, but Marner is an unrestricted free agent.
Yep.
Just call him up at the end of the season, ring, have Josh Allen call him. Marner has been seen at Bills games, in Bills jerseys, fan of Josh Allen. I know that seems absurd, but it's really the only thing we can lean into, so we might as well talk about leaning into it.
I was going to say, isn't that kind of what makes it Let's Get Stupid, that the first thing anybody ever gets to how to get him here is, oh, he's a Bills fan.
Well...
And use Josh Allen to get him here, because what else are you going to use to get him here?
When the Knicks were courting LeBron James, they had Tony Soprano in a video for him.
Oh, okay, and
so
they didn't get him.
I know they didn't get him. It's also New York, and it's the Knicks and all that, but Marner is an unrestricted free agent. The Sabres will definitely have the room to do it if they want to. And if they wanted to, you wonder if Kevin Adams looks to Jason Carmanos on a random Tuesday like today, and they're talking about the Leafs tonight, season's ending. Does Kevin Adams look at Jason Carmanos and say, let's get stupid? Marner? Like, he might say, well, think we can do that?
Yeah.
Can we get that done? You'd have to call the owner, because that's what, $14 million a year?
Well,
the Sabres might be positioned. That's one point to make here. Are they positioned to pay him more than anybody?
Well,
they probably have the room.
Technically speaking, I think they are. Or they're at least close to it for next year. I can't imagine there's many teams that have more cap space than they will. And that's before knowing what the cap will be, but we think it's going to be in the 90s, $95 million.
And the Sabres are projected to have about $24 million in space.
Okay.
I bet there aren't that many teams that have that much space.
You know what might surprise you? They have, what was it, the number? $22 million in space?
Yeah, 24.
According to Puckpedia, that's kind of middle of the pack. It's kind of middle of the league.
Well, the difference might be...
The difference is they don't have any UFAs.
Right.
But Toronto has more space than that, but Toronto's got a bunch of players to sign that the Sabres don't.
The Sabres have
Marner and Tavares.
Right.
And
the Sabres have Peterka, McLeod, Quinn, Byram.
Yeah.
And the question would be, like, all right, what's a better idea? 7 for Peterka or 14 for Marner? What's a better idea? 14 for Marner or 9 for Byram? I don't know what Byram's number is going to be right now. Who knows?
Right.
He's a tough one. But
yeah, I'm surprised by this, that they're more middle of the pack. But again, like, they have their whole team under contract already, right? Like, there's room for 1 or 2 guys to come in here and be added to the mix, and that's pretty much it. So, but they still have the room. That being said, right? Like, because they could sign nobody, just sign your guys back,
and have $20 million or whatever, $18 million in room.
Yeah. So, do you want to give Marner the max? I would love to. Do you know what the max? Do you know what the max is?
Is it 15 next year?
It's 20% of the cap. So that
95. That's like 18 million.
19 million.
19 million.
19.
There's no chance on earth
that they would offer.
Anybody's
would offer 19 million.
There's no chance on earth any NHL team gives him 19 million.
Is the team going to give him 15 million?
Isn't hockey the kind of sport that won't even justify McDavid or Matthews getting 19 million?
No.
Matthews might be the one to push it. Like, Matthews, so far in his negotiations, he took a 5-year deal in Toronto, which was kind of a short one.
Yeah.
So he could get paid again. The cap goes up, and when his time comes,
you're right. It is very different where that, like, I don't think this was true of McDavid. Has an NHL player ever signed for the max contract? Like, it's on the books. There's a rule about it. You can't go over 20% of the cap. Has anybody ever done it? Whereas, like, in comparison to the NBA,
it's max contract every week.
Right. They're all max contracts.
Yeah.
And in the NHL, they just don't want to go near it.
I don't know why. Why do the players? I mean, the culture of it, I guess. The players at the top,
right, are
gonna leave room for other guys to get paid.
Because if Marner decided, I'm gonna be the ultimate businessman here, and I'm gonna ignore hockey culture and say I'm not signing for anything less than the max. We're gonna start doing things differently, and I'm gonna be the first. I want the max. I want $19 million. Is anybody gonna give it to him eventually? He might burn a lot of bridges along the way. He might find an organization that's willing to pay and is desperate enough to do it. It's a lot of room to have on your cap too. I mean, it's 20%, and it's not a hard cap. And maybe that's a good difference. Now that I'm playing this out of my head, the NBA does not have a hard cap.
Right.
They have a luxury tax. So the creating the room to plug that guy in at the max contract, that's not a thing. Whereas in the NBA, if you are, you're only $20 million below the cap, and this guy wants $40 million, you could do it. You can give him $40 million. You just have to pay extra for going over the cap. So that's probably why. I mean, you got to give him multiple millions more than anybody else, though, right? That's how you really get him here. It's not Josh Allen. It's not the Bills. I mean, maybe that's a sweetener, and that could help you get in the room if he comes with you.
Have Josh Allen give him $19 million. He's got enough.
Right, like maybe. Money. Money's how you get him here. The money's the only reason you would get in the room. You might just end up getting played, which is they'll use, this happened with Babcock, right? They'll use you, the player will use you to get more money out of the places he actually wants to be. But hey, once in a while in sports, the guy just takes the bag.
Yep.
But the Sabres aren't getting him on their own reputation. They're not getting him on... With Marner, okay, the one other door I guess, creak open is the idea that he's from Mississauga. He's from local. I'm going to play we're close to Toronto card, right? But also that he has been, more than anyone else there, the lightning rod for why they can't win in the playoffs.
Blamed.
He's been blamed for not playing well when they get to the postseason. He's going to have 100 points this year. And if he has 5 points in 7 games and they get bounced in round 1, he's going to be the culprit.
And it won't be that they have to trade him this time or, you got to do something about this. They would just, all right, we'll let him walk. Because our fans, I'm not sure if they feel this way, but if they have a early exit, are they going to want to give him $15 million after another playoff disappointment?
Right.
The Leafs have...
and from his standpoint, does he want to continue to be... Like, how does it hit him mentally that he is the guy that is always... Last year, there was a video of Matthews and Nylander yelling at him on the bench. I'm sure that doesn't bleed over to now, but it happened then. Does he... My sales pitch to him would be... This is as close to home as you're going to get. You don't have to be in the circus and be the lightning rod anymore, and we're going to pay you. We're going to pay you more money than anybody else. Those are the 3 things you got to give him, and he's got to be motivated by all 3. He's got to be motivated to be sick of being the lightning rod. He's got to be motivated to want to be close to home, and he's got to be motivated by money. And he's got to be the biggest Bills fan you've ever seen in your life. All of that.
Yep.
The closest max contract is when Alex Ovechkin signed his deal with the Caps in 2008. That was 16% of the cap at the time.
How about that? The biggest contract by cap percentage was 17 years ago.
Nobody's touched it.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't think it's realistic.
No, I don't either. But it's possible.
What if they did it? What if they pulled it off? How much does that change your opinion of them?
Well,
not even just them, but like next season, all of it. It would just be such a shock, like a culture shock to me of what they are if they were able to pull off something like that.
Isn't he, first off, he's not playing center for you. He's playing the wing, right?
He's played the wing his whole career. He was a center. We're doing the thing where he was a center early on. Mm-hmm. He's a winger. He's a winger.
But what I'm going for is,
he's a winger.
Right now, what do the Sabres have? They have, at center, are they feeling good about what they've got?
Probably.
They feel good? It's Josh Norris,
Kulik, McLeod, Krebs, and Tage can play center too.
Tage can, but I don't think... Maybe it's a question for Lindy Ruff. What are you doing with Tage next year? He's played center before. Now you've got him on the wing. He's close to 50 goals again. And, there are some guys that play the wing that can kind of run the game from the wing. Like Patrick Kane's a player that's done that for his career when he's over there. He can run. I feel like Panarin's another one. When he's on the wing, he can run the game.
I think Mark Stone is another player like that.
Okay.
He definitely does that.
And Marner is one of those players that even though he's on the wing, it's like there's a lot there. So... I don't know what the Sabres feel about their center depth. It used to be Tage is the number 1 center. You feel great about it. But if he's moved off that spot, again, you don't have to necessarily fall directly into these categories. But how stupid is it to bring up the idea of, chasing Marner. Will we get a report? He goes to the offseason. The Sabres have asked for a meeting. It's one of those spots where I tend to get cynical and say, well, the Sabres might want us to think they're after him, even if they think they can't get him. Mm-hmm. You pick up the brochure of the house you can't afford just to take a look at it. Maybe. Sabres and Leafs tonight.
Or do they not want to do that because they don't want to be embarrassed by he wouldn't even take a meeting with us?
But you don't even get that. You don't have to go that far. You could just say the Sabres have made a call, decided they're out. They're going to do their due diligence. Think about how much credit Brandon Beane gets for making calls. He's checking in on Devontae Adams. Like, oh, well, that's Beane. He's going to call everybody. Like, okay. Does Kevin Adams take a note from that and make sure that everybody knows he's calling on everybody, including Marner? It's possible. Anyway, off we go. 2 games left in the season. Leafs tonight, Flyers on Thursday for Fan Appreciation Night. Jeremy and Joe, good Tuesday morning. Lindy Ruff at 8 o'clock. Also, 9 o'clock, Peter Marlet Jr. of Buffalo Pro Soccer. We're going to hear all about the new stadium that's going up. Very exciting. Mm-hmm. You've seen the renderings. We'll talk to Peter. He's going to be in studio to kind of answer our questions about why they chose the spot they chose, what it means, the timeline. The timeline for this thing is going to be, you keep your head on a swivel.
Like super fast.
Yeah,
right?
the stadium. These kind of stadiums go up fast. We had a chance to talk to them last night to kind of get to know some of their ideas and what they're going to do. So we'll bring that to you coming up at 9 o'clock. Jeremy and Joe on the Sabres and 9 days to the draft. Lots to get to this morning. You can pop a phone call at any point, 803-0550 here on WGR.
Never miss a second. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Sabres and Maple Leafs tonight, 7 o'clock, second to last home game of the year. Toronto can clinch the Atlantic Division for the first time. They've never won the Atlantic. They just need 1 point tonight from the Sabres. So plenty of Leafs fans on hand, I'm sure. We'll have pregame starting at 6 o'clock here on WGR. To football, we are 9 days out from the first round of the NFL draft. The Bills having a couple of defensive tackles in on visits today that have been more projected for the second round. Albert Breer of Sports Illustrated with a couple of notes on the league yesterday. He says that other teams were under the impression Derek Carr was seeking a trade this offseason. That was before it was announced, though, that Carr has a significant throwing shoulder injury going into this year. Also, Breer says that the Falcons are being tough on the idea that they should take on salary in a Kirk Cousins trade to help facilitate a trade from Cousins. He did mention the Browns with Cousins. The Browns moved on Joe Flacco late last week and signed him to their team. The New York Giants, draft rumors, they're doing work on Shedeur Sanders. There was a rumor about that yesterday. So they're doing their due diligence on quarterback. Non-first-round quarterbacks, the Giants are having Kyle McCord from Syracuse in on a visit today. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet Sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
I think Sean McDermott is a defensive-minded head coach, certainly believes in that. And the Bills, it's not new, right? Like, they've tried to keep a deep rotation of pass rushers. They've always invested in the position, at least in my opinion, since McDermott and Bean have been there. But certainly, I think they're going to keep refilling the cupboard, if you will. It'll be D lineman at 30, whether that's edge or D tackle. I think you could make the argument for either or. And then I expect to see an early emphasis on the defensive backfield as well.
Justin Mello of the Draft Network on with Mike Shope and the Bulldog yesterday. Glad more people are saying it. You want to get there with 4. That is not new in the NFL. No. It's not new for the Bills. It's not new. They've invested a lot up there to try to do that, and they've yet to really, I guess, put together that kind of team.
You could argue it's the most constant truth about the league for 50 years. Couldn't you?
Yeah.
Getting pressure with 4. I mean, that goes back to the Giants with Lawrence Taylor, doesn't it?
I mean, it's just straight numbers. How many can I put pressure on the quarterback by committing as little as possible? Yeah, that's great. I'd like to get there with 2. Right? But nobody's going to do that.
Right. So getting pressure with 4. I mean, the Bills have not really consistently been able to do that. It's almost impressive. They've been as good as they've been defensively over 7 years, and they've really never been elite at it.
No, not a pass rush.
The Bills have taken turns being great at everything else. They've had a great quarterback. They've had a great offensive line. They've had a great secondary. They've had great linebackers. They've had a great running game, if you want to put that in from last year.
They've had great weapons.
They've had great weapons. The one thing they haven't been truly great at is the thing that they have probably invested the most in because they're desperate to be great at it, and they haven't been, which is half a year. Half a year they were, right?
Yeah, when Vaughn was healthy.
The first half of that year, there were tons of numbers, and we saw it with our own eyes, that they could just line up 4 guys with a prime Vaughn, and they were getting after the quarterback. But that's the only time, really, in this whole era that they've ever done it. It was a very small window. It was a couple months, and that was it.
9 days to the draft. You can give us a ring, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on the Bills' pursuits, what it might be. If it's defensive end, defensive tackle, I think that all makes sense. Safety will be interesting for one reason. I've got a couple friends that a buddy texted me last night, I'm on safety. I hope they take a safety. And I'm not necessarily at that spot, but I think it's possible. I also want to talk to you about that guy, Pooh, again.
Pooh, Chris Paul's son.
That's right. Pooh Paul. They're meeting with him. They're Zooming with him. There's a lot of interest in Pooh Paul, who's a linebacker. But anyway, if they take a position that safety and linebacker might be this as well. Like Michael Hoyt to me gives an indication of something. Like it's almost like whatever. It's a signal. And if they were to take a safety, I think we would very quickly get to what are they trying to build here, right? They're it's not about the normal traditional positions. I feel like we would have Sal on the next morning talking about whether it's positionless football, which is something we usually talk about in the offense, but the Ravens had safeties and took Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah.
And these safeties that can kind of be moved around, these pieces that can be moved around. If they were to go safety, it would make me wonder if McDermott and Bobby Babich, but if they're ready to kind of get in the lab on a level that they have not been in quite some time. This team has been a base nickel defense for a long time. You don't get them out of that very much. Would another safety change that? Because they're going to do this, they're going to do that, they're going to go three safeties. They're going to Michael Hoyt's going to be a slot corner on these plays. They're going to have different concoctions for everybody that they play. It's just interesting. So I don't think safety is on the board in the first, but I shouldn't say that. I think it is, but it would have to be right.
It would have to be the right type of player.
I wouldn't predict.
You're imagining a scenario where you have packages with three safeties on the field at the same time, right? Which they've already done a little bit of.
Yep.
Like Cam Lewis has been that dime linebacker guy that they'll put in, and Poyer was that the year before when they would put Rapp in the backfield or in the way back. So they've kind of already showed that a little bit. Hoyt is an interesting player to bring up here because if you have Hoyt and you add that in with, just use Evan Worry here as an example, the safety, 6'3", big guy and fast. If they have two options like that in their defense that they haven't really had before, it will require creativity. It will require it because if you just line up and play defense the way you have for much of the last 5-6 years, those guys aren't touching the field then. Like the only way they are making any sort of impact, I think, is if you are creating something new. And that would, I think, be towards a mind of athleticism and speed, right? And matchups.
I mean, it could be a package. The Giants package was famously called the NASCAR package or whatever.
Yeah.
You have could they, put it this way, Joe, could they build a brand new third down defense and become a team that says, we got a third down defense? And what would be the genesis for it? Why would they decide they needed it?
Yeah.
Because they were disastrous on third down last year. Hey, our defense wasn't bad, but when you look into the numbers, like, whoa, whoa. We got turnovers and we were horrible on third downs. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to build a third down defense. I'm going to build the best third down defense in football. And is there a specific way they think they can do that? Maybe.
Isn't this though a little bit? I'm thinking about Kincaid a little bit for this. Is that almost like the defensive equivalent of when they drafted Kincaid?
When they drafted Kincaid, they said he'd be a matchup nightmare. He has never actually been a matchup nightmare.
And guys, we're gonna do this is something we've never seen them do before. And he's a tight end, but look, he's really like a wide receiver. And the safety would be he's a safety, but he's really gonna be like a big nickel and a linebacker and a slot corner and all of these things together. And you wait, watch what it's gonna put the offenses in. And that doesn't mean that it can't work just because the Kincaid part of it hasn't worked. But I think what the Kincaid part of it might show you is that it takes an effort and it takes a real commitment from the coaching, right, to make it work. It is almost required, I think, that the coaches then make it work because you're adding a guy in that is only going to be playing a specialized role at the beginning. And that would be, to me, what that would probably be what a safety would mean. Unless you want to flip it and say, no, that rookie safety is actually going to play safety and Cole Bishop's now going to be this guy that they're going to use the big nickel and as, this matchup third down guy because he's big and he's athletic. But it would require it would be a test. For me, it would be a big test of Babich and of McDermott, too, on top of that. Can you do something schematically and with personnel that you've never even really tried, other than, again, when Poyer and Cam Lewis would do it sometimes?
Then there's the linebacker Pooh Paul, Chris Paul Jr.'s son. So Pooh Paul, all right. All SEC linebacker, from what I'm reading, they've met with him like 6 times. Couple Zooms, 3 times at the combine, private workout. Lance Zierlein puts him in the 4th or 5th round. It's one thing about the Bills and their draft capital that's really interesting. With that 3rd round pick gap, because there's no 3rd round pick,
Yeah.
any player that's projected for the 3rd or 4th round, I have to think, are they willing to take that guy with the 2nd round pick? How interested are they? How many times do you meet a guy that you're going to take in the 4th round? You have 3 4th round picks. Is a 4th round pick worth 5 different meetings? Maybe. It really might be. I mean, Paul is also visiting with the Niners, and he doesn't have to be a 4th round pick, but he was the one, he and a couple others, because they talked to so many linebackers. And that's another conversation. They only play 2 linebackers. Is that something they're about to specialize a little bit more in? Hey, now we're going to have this package more often because as some of the league shifts to a little bit more run-heavy, we want to be able to do that. I mean, they played the Ravens in the playoffs, and everyone told me that they were going to get run over. And did they get run over? Not at all. Henry had a fine day, but they did not get run over at all. The Ravens were supposed to be some unstoppable force, and the Bills stopped them in the run game and got shredded in the passing game.
They got thrown on.
They got shredded in the passing game.
They got thrown on.
Yeah. So anyway, linebacker and safety. Those are the 2 spots that are. I mean, they're
kind of the wild card positions of the draft.
A little bit. They could definitely add. I mean, no one would dispute end, tackle, or corner. Linebacker and safety, I think they will certainly add. It's a question of how high on the board they do it, because if it's high, the conversation immediately leans to, all right, well, what are they building here?
Yep.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. 9 days out from the draft.
I have some numbers to get to in a little bit on the Bills at receiver for the draft and how many. It's more than targets. They have so many snaps vacated at that position.
Yeah.
A ton. Like, not most in the league, but they have more snaps vacated than any receiver in football played last year. Any. And more than double what you're looking at from like guys like Shakir and Coleman played. So I have the numbers on that in a little bit.
803-0550. We'll get to that. Lindy Ruff at 8. Peter Marlet Jr. on Buffalo Pro Soccer at 9. Your phone calls along the way on WGR.
Join Shope and the Bull.
I just said to Joe during the break, I was on a website, NFL news and notes. And along the way is Xavier Legette explaining how he makes a raccoon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he eats it.
He cooks up a recipe where you go out and you catch a raccoon and you cook it.
Yeah.
I'm reading. Okay. Anyway,
and you're considering this recipe or what?
I would eat one of those to go to the Masters. That I would eat. I would eat Xavier Legette's raccoon dish. Yeah, that I would do.
It's just an unbelievable take that you would eat that first. That doesn't gross you out?
No, not at all. I'll try it.
Don't raccoons just eat garbage?
Not these ones. He's talking about going out and catching one.
Like in the wild?
Yeah.
No.
You wouldn't do it?
I would do it to go to the Masters,
right,
but I would much rather. I would eat 3 egg salad sandwiches before I would eat.
You'd much rather eat a thing.
Have a bite of the raccoon.
You'd eat a thing you like.
I don't like egg salad.
Oh, okay. You'd eat 3 of them?
But I would eat 3 of them before even trying this raccoon dish.
That's pretty gross. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. Sabres and Leafs tonight?
Sabres and Leafs tonight. I think there's only one former Sabre on the Leafs right now. He's
Jake
former
McCabe?
No. Oh, wait, yeah. That would be right. Yes, there's 2. Sorry. The other one, I don't know if he'll be in the lineup tonight, though. Former Sabre first-round pick, Alex Nylander.
Oh, right.
Who has 0 points for them this year and only a few games played, and that's it.
Is that where it all went wrong?
That draft pick?
Where did it all start? Where
did it all go wrong?
Where did it all go wrong?
That's not a bad starting point.
I mean, someone will say the tank. You can't seriously make that point, but you could try.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Nylander, where did it all go wrong?
Well, I mean,
that was a horrible pick.
It was a horrible pick. Everyone knew it at the maybe not everybody. I certainly hated it at the time.
Mikhail Sergachev was the next pick.
Yep.
Mikhail Sergachev was the next pick. Charlie McAvoy went a little bit after that.
They would go defenseman. They did not. And Nylander, what?
Chychrun went only a little bit after that, too. When that was like 8
Tage
picks
Thompson.
later. Yeah, that was a lot later. And Nylander was like nothing.
And
did nothing.
The opportunity was probably there to trade it if you wanted to. Instead, you stuck.
Well, they did trade. They traded him for Yoki Haru
later on. Yes.
Yeah, but no, that's a good starting point. Because what were they? I mean, it's just about the blue line. That team, if they just had a blue line.
Yeah.
I mean, the blue line had to be a lot better than it was.
Yeah, like a fully other.
Yeah, like where you're not playing Ristolainen 30 minutes and George's 22 minutes and Bogosian 20 minutes. Like
George's.
They had bad defensemen playing more than 20 minutes a night. 3 of them, at least. If I have at least a guy in there that's pretty good and maybe a couple others, they've been more savvy with some of those moves on the blue line. Doesn't it work? Doesn't it work? I'll hammer this home every time. It's not a coincidence to me. The one guy that hasn't done anything since he's left is the guy that played the most minutes. The only guy that played more than Eichel, more than O'Reilly, more than Reinhart, the only guy that played more on this team than all of those guys is the one that just can't do anything, even in his new team.
Join us next Thursday, 9 days away from day 1 of the draft. Joe and I, we're taking over Resurgence, the ultimate draft night party, Thursday the 24th at 7 p.m. Tickets $45. That includes pizza, all you can drink beer, and well drinks. Enjoy live analysis from us and also the televisions, the huge televisions. Crystal clear sound. You won't miss a pick. Local vendors, giveaways all night long, including an all-inclusive fantasy football party for 12 at Resurgence, courtesy of Resurgence. No purchase necessary. Get your tickets at resurgencebrewing.com. You can come. You can hang out. We can talk draft. You can talk to Joe about Ristolainen if you'd like.
Please don't do that.
You got lots of options.
Please do not bring him up to me that
next
night.
Thursday, we'll be there. Go to resurgencebrewing.com. Come hang out with us Thursday night for night 1 of the draft. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550. No more draft talk. Lindy Ruff at 8 o'clock ahead of Sabres and Leafs tonight here on WGR.
WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
9 days out from the NFL draft, Bills having a couple of defensive tackles in on visits today and tomorrow. The news on Shedeur Sanders, the Giants are doing lots of homework on him for potentially either the end of the first round, trading back in, or could be in the top 10. Albert Breer had some notes yesterday from Sports Illustrated that more than one person in the league has told him that if Sanders does go in the first round, it'll be because an owner got involved. Breer says that other teams were under the impression Derek Carr was seeking a trade this offseason. That was before, though, he sustained a major injury to his throwing shoulder, and he says that the Falcons are being tough on the idea that they should have to take on salary in a Kirk Cousins trade. To hockey, the Sabres are in action tonight, 7 o'clock against the Toronto Maple Leafs. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. Tonight's game at KeyBank Center. If Toronto gets even 1 point, they will win the Atlantic Division for the first time. They won the Canadian Division in 2021, the COVID year, and then also, before that, you have to go back to the Northeast Division in 2000. NBA play-in tournament begins tonight. You have 4 games. Two games tonight and then 2 tomorrow. Hawks and Magic tonight at 7:30. Grizzlies and Warriors at 10 o'clock. The Warriors or Grizzlies with a win will move on to the first round of the playoffs. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I think it's just the intensity. You look back on it, it starts at the head coach. He's on everybody just how he is at us. And I think, the guys kind of buy into that and they see that it works. If you look at the history, like you had said, I know for me as a freshman coming in, just watching the guys that came before me, and he's like, hey, if it works for them, why can't it work for me? So just kind of buying into that and just kind of carrying that mentality. Practices are harder than the games, which is why we're able to play at such a fast level. So just buying into that and everyone, buying into the culture.
It's Malachi Starks, Georgia safety. Could be a pick at 30 for the Bills. I do think, good morning, by the way, Jeremy Joe. True or false, just a knee-jerk reaction on the draft. Don't you get the feeling that this year's draft, there's a lot that's going to be said about it, but I want to say that the unpredictability of where the defensive players goes is legit. Mm-hmm. There's 10 guys that I think the Bills could take at 30 that might not go till the third round, or vice versa. Guys you think are going to go late second go first. All right, because there's so many defensive tackles, and whether it's a skill position, it's a skill set fit, it's edge, it's defensive tackle, it's corner. I mean, the Bills, I'm thinking back to, this is a deep pull on the draft, and sorry for this, but when they drafted McGahee, way back. When they drafted Willis McGahee,
22 years ago now?
It's a long time
21 years ago?
They were looking for a defensive end. And if they had drafted Chris Kelsey where they drafted McGahee, the reaction would have been like, okay, that guy was thought to be a late first, early second, and they didn't draft Chris Kelsey. They swung at McGahee.
Yeah.
Then they got Kelsey in the second round.
Right.
And sometimes that happens in the draft where you're thinking you want a guy. This happens in your fantasy league too, right? You'll be doing a fantasy draft. You're back and forth between two players, and like, all right, I'm not going to take him. And then you go all the way down, snake all the way back, and he's still there. And you think, well, jackpot. That was obviously a good decision because nobody else was about to take this player. And I don't know that Starks fits that bill specifically, Joe, but I bet that we, at the end of round 1, here's my prediction 9 days out. The end of round 1, you're going to get a lot of, I can't believe these 5 players are still on the board.
At the end of round 1?
Yep. And at the end of round 2, you might get, I can't believe these 20 players are still on the board. Because I just think there's probably a good diversity of opinions out there. And one of the things about this draft that's, I think, a common refrain is the elite top-end talent is not there.
Right.
But there's a ton from late round 1, 2, 3. I keep seeing round 3, which is, of course, like, oh, the Bills don't have a third-round pick. Wait till you see what's available in the third. Mm-hmm. The fact that the middle is so meaty, I think, would lead to a lot of different combinations.
Yeah. Also that it's deep on positions, well, at least one position that the Bills don't need. Like if there's a lot of, especially if there's a lot of offensive tackles that go before the Bills pick.
That's great.
Then it's definitely going to be, look at these defensive players that are still on the board. That was a little bit of last year, right? And last year,
the first defensive player goes like 14th.
Yeah, Latu
to the
right?
Colts. The Colts got the first defensive player.
Yeah.
In the teens.
What were the Colts thinking? What were probably one of those next couple of teams that picked a defensive player thinking, I can't believe this guy's still here?
Yeah.
And what really caused that? The draft was loaded at another position that those teams didn't need. And for the Bills, that's tackle. Offensive tackle. They do not need it at all. They are locked in. They have their backups, and that is a flush position in the first round. So I think if you get 5 tackles that go before, then it's inevitable you're gonna get near 30 and think there's 4 or 5 defensive players that all make sense here, that all you could have seen going in the middle of the first round. But then it just comes down to what position they like or that they would be targeting for that. But like, does Emin Wari fall? Does how many other players really rate for this? You just don't really expect to be there. If they were there, you'd be like at least a little surprised. Like one of these, Barron, the Texas corner, would be that for sure, right?
I think a lot of the
Will Johnson would definitely be that.
The defensive tackles fit this. I mean, I've seen Kenneth Grant go to the Bills. I've seen him go in the second round.
Yeah,
if that's
Walter Nolan.
Yes, another one. Derek Harmon. Like these are guys that are consistently pegged at the end of the first round.
The one you will not get is Mason Graham. He'll be long gone.
No. He should be gone.
He'll be top 10.
He was visiting with the Jets yesterday, maybe?
Yeah.
Who could go defensive tackle also. So, and his comp is Quinnen Williams. Maybe that's because the Jets
Mason Graham?
Yeah. Or at least that was one of them. Maybe it was in the article I read about him visiting the Jets. So anyway, 9 days away. 9 days away from the draft, and the Bills sit at 30.
I got some numbers on, what if it was a receiver that fell, by the way?
Like Matthew Golden?
Or I don't think McMillan is at all possible.
I don't think so either. And anybody else?
Though, right?
Anybody else? I don't know that it's viewed as falling. Those 2 guys are going to go, and after that, a lot of guys should be available at 30. Would Luther Burden be available? Would Egbuka?
Yeah,
I think a lot of those guys could be available at 30.
But how crazy would it be that there would only be 1 receiver off the board by the time the Bills pick?
It'd be kind of nuts.
Yeah, but it's not impossible.
Nope.
The Bills looked up some of their vacated numbers from last year to this year. Like how much, because I heard Nate talking about this late last week. How much opportunity will there be for anybody that comes in? That could be a 4th-round receiver. It could be a 2nd-round receiver. It could be some free agent they grab after the draft. How much is left over? And that could be guys that are internal, too. Coleman, to take more on. The Bills losing Hollins and losing Cooper and, Marcus Valdez-Scantling will be a small portion of this, but not much of it. Yeah. Although he played more snaps in the first couple games than you might think. The total vacated numbers at wide receiver. They have vacated 91 targets. That's not bad, right? Like, remember, Josh Palmer in.
Yep.
So 91 targets for Josh Palmer. That might be a little more than you would project for him.
Yep.
But it's not like a ton more. The other numbers, though, to me that kind of stand out for where there's an opportunity. Last year, 566 targets vacated by the Bills. 566 routes, 1,100 snaps. 1,101 snaps. That, to me, is the big number. Josh Palmer last year in L.A. played 567 snaps.
Okay.
No Bills receiver other than Hollins played more than 600. Both Coleman and Shakir, who played a lot, were under 600. They have 1,100 up for grabs.
What was Coleman's rate if he had not been hurt?
He probably would have been around like 700.
Okay.
Around
he might have
led
them right by Hollins, yeah.
Yeah.
Because if that shortfall in snaps at receiver, the easy guess is that's Palmer and a healthy Coleman.
Mm-hmm. But that still leaves room for the guy that we've been talking about wanting is a rotational receiver that has a certain skill set. If Coleman were to stay healthy the whole year, you bump him up by 200, and Palmer comes in and he plays 600. I still got 300 snaps left over for a receiver to play. And where are those going? Those going to Tyrell Shavers? Or are those going to some guy they pick in the 4th round?
Yeah.
Or at the end of the 2nd round? Like, to me, there is still plenty of opportunity for one more receiver to come in and play, at least if you're comparing it to the numbers that guys played last year. And a lot of those snaps Actually, really all of them, right? Because Valdez-Scantling played on the outside, Cooper played on the outside, and Hollins played on the outside. All of those snaps are outside receiver. Like, all of them are from the outside. At least the perimeter receiver. Sometimes he moves in the middle. So, if, like, a receiver is that guy that falls to 30, I think that would still surprise me if they made that investment at that position. But I'm still thinking about second round a lot.
Yeah, I think second round is the spot. Second round, or I guess, the fourth, if you ultimately get there.
Because first round, they're not really visiting with these guys, right? Like, have you seen anything about the Bills meeting with Golden or Luther Burden?
No.
Or Egbuka from Ohio State? Or Jaden Higgins? Definitely not McMillan. Haven't seen anything with that. Like, the highest rated receiver that I think we've seen the Bills either visit with or meet with is Jalen Royals from Utah State. I think that's the highest rated guy. Him and Bond.
The Combine, I'm at the Combine. The Bills met with Golden at the Combine.
They met with Golden at the Combine?
Golden at the Combine.
Okay. So then he would be the highest rated guy.
Yep.
At least that they met with, not with a visit.
Yeah, there's Combine visits, and then there's, of course, different visits are for different reasons, right? Mm-hmm. One might be to, hey, quick question about what's your answer for why XYZ, off-field, on-field, anything like that. They met with Isaiah Bond, who later on had an allegation of sexual assault. So, like, is that, hey, did they know about that? They want to ask about that? Do they want to ask a player, what makes them tick? What do you eat for breakfast? I mean, there are different goals probably in each and every one of these interviews. Bond was at the Combine and a top 30 pre-draft visit.
Right.
Golden's just the Combine.
I was really thinking about Bond being their guy because he fits so much of what they need in the skill set, and where he, if you trust mock drafts, where he often goes kind of lines up with where they pick at the end of the second round.
Yeah, there's character stuff there.
But that's the thing now.
Well, one thing I wonder about, Bob McGinn with Tyler Dunn had one scout refer to Bond as like a diva, boilerplate, everything like caricature of a receiver like that. And one thing I wonder is, if a guy like that goes in the second round, is he any different than if he goes in the fourth or the fifth? Because, if you think you're the cat's pajamas and you go... Sorry if you don't know that phrase. If you think
I've heard it.
If you're the bee's knees, if you think you're the man.
Bee's knees has got to be as old as cat's pajamas.
Sure.
Yeah.
But what I'm going for is, if you're a guy that gets kind of humbled by the draft process, shown that the way you've operated, this is not just specific to Bond, to anybody, the way you've carried yourself has cost you 4 rounds in the draft and could cost you your career. Can that guy get it together and get it back on track? I'm sure there are stories of that being true and that being the case.
Yeah.
Some might have thought that was going to happen with Jermaine Burton in Cincinnati last year, and that's
because he won the third round.
He did. He's supposed to be a very, very good top talent and couldn't get it together, goes to Cincinnati, and I think in 1 year they're already like, this was a bad idea.
Yeah.
So anyway, 803-0550. Andy in Cheektowaga is up. We're 9 days out from the draft. Andy, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
There's a guy out there that nobody has mentioned, and I'm telling you, go look at this guy's highlight film. You will be blown away how his name is Savion Williams from TCU. I think we should take him in the late second round. I would even take him in the early second round. He's an absolute athletic freak. He's a little bit older. I think he's been in college for 5 years. There's another guy out there that I really, really like who I think he's better than Jaylen Royals. His name is Kyle Williams. I forget the school he goes to.
Washington State. Kyle Williams is Washington State.
Yeah. But check out Savion Williams. You would not be disappointed. He's 6'4", 225. He moves like absolute lightning speed. They hand him the ball at running back sometimes. He is graceful. His catches are unbelievable. His athletic ability is off the charts. Check him out. Trust me.
Yeah. Real quick, I've heard this player, Savion Williams, a little bit of what they say about him, or a lot of the scouts say about him, is, like you said, athlete. He's maybe more athlete than he is receiver.
Right. What I remember about him, and pulling this back up right now, he ran for 322 yards and 6 touchdowns last year to go with 600 yards receiving and 6 touchdowns.
Yep.
So 900 yards from scrimmage, only 611 was through the air. Which, doesn't that kind of sound a little like what they wanted out of Curtis Samuel? That's a very elementary, comparison there because I'm just going on, he runs the ball. But, right, the difference would be, as the caller mentioned, he's listed at 6'5", 212. And he's fast. But his receiving numbers from 5 years in college, he had 1,600 receiving yards, would tell you he is not. I don't have Matt Harmon in front of me. I don't have the PFF stuff in front of me. I can't imagine he's like a well-polished route runner, though.
No, Williams is a bit of a project, but there's a lot of athleticism, explosiveness. To Kyle Williams, and Matt Harmon has not done a write-up on Savion Williams. He has done one on Kyle Williams.
Okay.
Washington State, probably a second-round guy. Mm-hmm. The thing that Kyle Williams doesn't have is he doesn't really have elite size. He's not big. Mm-hmm. But he says of Kyle Williams, ideal prospect to target early on the second day, multi-layered separation skills, explosive potential as a yak threat. Players with this type of reception-perception profile scream useful for wide receiver rooms across the league. The ceiling is a more pressing question. He doesn't necessarily think he can be a true number one, which is again, like a common theme in this draft. You'll find guys that'll do what you want. Will you find guys that are, perfect? No. He says, projects him as an eventual starter. Metrics as a separator mirror those of Jaden Reed, Elijah Moore type receivers.
I like that.
Right. Kyle Williams to me has seemed like a good idea since, he came across my laptop screen. But Savion Williams is interesting. You're not the first to mention him. Mm-hmm. Utility player. Athletic profile is great. I mean, this is where I check his RAS score is like a 10 because the Bills love, athletes.
Well, it all comes down to really what you want to in this receiver. Like, this is a guy that I would... I don't know, maybe I'm wrong on this. He's a project, but the way he was used makes me think gadget guy, and you got to use him in certain ways. You got to scheme him open, kind of in the way you do with Shakir and Samuel a little bit. Whereas it's not like the guy I want to see them add. I don't know. Is this really likely? The guy that they add is going to have the skill set that can grow into something more. That could grow into a guy that could be like a 100-target player in your offense. Not in year one.
Yeah.
But, like, to me, Bond is this a little bit. Burden. I think Burden is really the name for this for me, of guy that, all right, year one, he comes in, he produces a little bit, but there's a skill set there that could be, this guy could turn into your number one or number two receiver if it goes perfectly. And there's some players like, I think Williams maybe is this for me, or Igbuka or Higgins, where, they could be productive players in the league, but I just don't know how much upside there really is. Because I don't know. I don't think the Bills are going to actively or aggressively go get a star number one wide receiver. I think the most likely way that happens again is it happens organically. And there's nobody in the receiver room right now that I think is capable of growing into that player one day.
No, I agree. Williams, fun fact about him, again, like you see with how they use a guy, and you might decide you're using a guy entirely differently. You mentioned he's got a lot of rushing attempts.
Yeah, 51 rushing attempts.
Half of those were out of Wildcat.
Okay.
Let's connect some dots. Why not go down this road?
You want a Wildcat package?
I want to not expose my quarterback to the danger of the tush push because my coach thinks it's dangerous. I need a short yardage package. How about a 6'4" monster who runs through? He runs like a running back. Like you put him in, and he'll inevitably get Debo comparisons. Right? You're a receiver that runs the ball.
Yeah. That's it.
Not to say that
automatically Debo Samuel.
He's bigger, it would seem, but
yeah.
Anyway,
that's right.
Just he runs Wildcat. Do the Bills want a Wildcat package?
Can someone show me numbers on Wildcat in the NFL in like the last 10 years and how effective it actually is? It never really feels like it goes great. But I don't know. Miami worked 20 years ago. When since then, anytime the Bills have ever tried it, has it ever really been that successful?
When you say Wildcat and the Bills, I think Brad Smith. I think Fred Jackson.
Yes. Brad Smith was here to have a Wildcat package, right? That was it.
Yeah.
They haven't really run anything like that Did Dable ever run a Wildcat thing?
I don't think so.
They ran it. Oh, you know what? They ran it. This isn't Allen, though. Allen's hurt. Remember against New England? Derek Anderson starts at quarterback, and the whole first drive, I think, was a LaShawn McCoy Wildcat package. And they moved the ball down the field. Monday night, here.
Against?
I think I'm at that game.
The Patriots?
Against the Patriots.
They got smoked. They didn't score a touchdown, and they got blown out. Because they didn't score a touchdown when Derek Anderson was their quarterback.
So that would not be an example of it working then, I guess.
That'd be an example of, oh my God, Derek Anderson's in, what are we going to do?
Right.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. I had two things I was going to mention. What was it?
I just pulled up the highlights from that game, Patriots and Bills. And the thumbnail is some Bill wearing number 80 catching a ball. I could not in a million years tell you who this person is. Just no idea. Who is this guy? Right here. Who is that?
That is Terrell Pryor.
No.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know who it is. Number 80 on the Bills in 2018.
Oh, good. Someone in the chat says Jason Kroom, the tight end.
Okay.
I think he caught an early one.
I'll take your word
I don't know, yeah. I'm watching that back real quick. It was like Wildcat stuff, and they ran a flea flicker, and okay, yeah. Since then, though. Oh, it was not McCoy. Sorry, it was Chris Ivory that was running the Wildcat package.
On the Bills.
Sweet.
This is where I remember the
Chris Ivory and the Bills.
Chris Ivory played for the Bills.
Yes, he did. Did it go? I don't think it went well.
Okay, sure.
That was Jason Kroom.
It was Jason Kroom.
Wow. 803-0550. Real quick game, 30-second game. And then we've got something on the other side on a cornerback that's maybe about to hit the trade market. You've gotten the update, the report that, who is it reporting that if Shedeur Sanders goes in the first round, an owner gets involved?
Albert Breer.
Who wants me to know that? Who gave that to Breer? A GM?
Well, he said more than one person told him that. So, but they could be from the same team.
That's right. Who wants us to think that the only way Shedeur Sanders goes in the first round is if the owner gets involved? Who wants us to know that? It's not his agent. It's not anybody in Shedeur Sanders' camp. And
who wants you to know that is somebody that wants him to fall to them? Right?
Is it somebody that doesn't like him, that wants the team that takes him to look bad because they think the Cowboys will do it? Because that is an odd thing to say.
Yeah.
How would this, whoever these two or three people are that talk to Albert Breer, they know that every team in the league, he's not viewed as worthy of taking unless an owner gets involved. It's an odd, or at least a unique way to phrase something. You don't ever get that kind of thing. And I know Sanders has been open about how he's getting so much hate on, and he's criticized. I think the opposite ends up being true. He gets defended because of who he is. And he's a fine quarterback prospect, not really a top guy, but he's fine. There's some that like him quite a bit.
He's accurate.
Right.
That's about it.
He can run an accurate offense. Who's doing that? Who says an owner would have to get involved? It's worth just think about it. When we return, there is a big name corner who will be apparently exploring trade options. Bills fans, I don't think you're going to want this guy.
I think you're probably right.
You probably don't.
Probably right.
You maybe should, but probably don't. We'll get to that next.
Jed Studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Report from Ian Rappaport, we'll talk more about it in a moment, that the Dolphins and Jaylen Ramsay are mutually setting to explore trade options. He is due $25 million guaranteed this season. More on that in a moment. There's some other football news from Albert Breer, at least reporting. He says Derek Carr was seeking a trade before this news about his shoulder injury from over the weekend that is threatening his entire season. Breer also says that Kirk Cousins, who wants to trade out of Atlanta, part of the reason it hasn't happened, the Falcons are tough on the idea that they should have to take salary to facilitate a trade. Draft is 9 days away. To hockey, the Sabres in action tonight, 7 o'clock against Toronto. The Leafs can clinch the Atlantic Division for their first time ever. For the Atlantic Division, they won the Northeast, they won the Canada Division in 2021. Puck drops at 7 at KeyBank Center. We'll have pregame at 6. Tonight started the NBA play-in tournament as well. The big one between the Grizzlies and the Warriors is at 10 o'clock. Winner goes on to the first round. Loser will have one more chance. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Quick hitter on a slant to Coleman, and he bobbled the football. It's intercepted by Jaylen Ramsay. It went right off the chest plate of Coleman and into the waiting hands of Ramsay, who was beaten on the play.
Jaylen Ramsay in Rappaport, 7-time Pro Bowl corner. He and the Dolphins set to explore trade options. Wouldn't be surprised if he played elsewhere in 2025. Rappaport and Tom Pelissero both reporting this. Miami and Ramsay, they are due he is due $25 million guaranteed this year, and they could be parting ways. Jaylen Ramsay, who once famously called Josh Allen trash.
Yes, he did.
He did do it when Josh was maybe not trash, but certainly closer to being not a proven. That's when Josh was young and throwing.
I think he did it when he was a rookie.
I think so too. He kind of said he was going to get a couple interceptions or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jaylen Ramsay, who is. It's funny, he's consistently talked about and mentioned as one of the best corners, and he moves a lot, right? From Miami. Before that, he's in L.A. Before that, he's in Jacksonville. I mean, he's moved a lot. He's made a lot of money, and teams
he's always managed to get the giant contract.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He got the number one contract of corners in football 2 years ago, maybe. Like he was
at the end in L.A.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Big money, and then goes to Miami, and now who knows what's next. Let's talk about what this means for Miami real quick.
That's kind of what I'm most interested in with this news.
Because Tyreek Hill might be on his way out, too.
Yeah.
Their coach is...
Or even maybe suspended. I mean...
Maybe suspended.
The league wants this 911 tape, and even if not, remember at the end of the year, like he talked like he wanted out, and the Dolphins might just want out. So, yeah, Hill. I mean, Calais Campbell left. That's not like a core piece of their team, but he's gone. And Ramsey might get traded now. What's left?
I don't know.
This is, though... it doesn't have to work this way. Sometimes it works. But this is a little bit of a consequence of what they tried to do. I'm not even saying they were wrong for doing it. They tried to win. They tried to win. They tried to beat the Bills. But now we're on the other end of it, and they didn't do it. And... This is now what happens, is these guys that you acquired were a little bit older when you did it. Hill wasn't 24 years old when you got him, and neither was Ramsey. So now they've entered their 30s, and they're super highly paid because they needed big contracts, right?
And they're going to be traded for pennies on the dollar. Like, what's Ramsey going to get, a sixth? A pick slide?
If that.
A sixth to the seventh?
It might be. Is it one of those things, I don't know his cap thing. Is it one of those things where if they can't trade him, he'll get cut?
The dead money is huge. But to your point about how the Dolphins built up and couldn't beat the Bills, this is, what life with Josh Allen is. Because if the Dolphins go into a transition year, right? Picture doing what the Bills just did. Like, all right, it's time to their coach is not going to make it. And their quarterback cannot get them through that. The same way that Josh Allen can get you through nearly any circumstance.
Right.
The Bills had, turnovers were a big part of how they survived defensively. But defensively, it was one of their worst years under McDermott, and they won the division in a walk and went to the AFC Championship game in a transition year because Josh Allen can do that. And if Miami decides transition year, which I'm not even sure you can do that because the GM might get fired. You try transition, everybody might go, and it might be a rebuild.
GM's been longer than the coach.
Maybe he could stick around for another run. They have made the playoffs, which that's not nothing.
The other thing too is I'm looking at their depth chart right now, and I don't know their roster who the players are the back of my hand, but there doesn't appear to be this influx of talent and youth that the Bills had that a little bit, right? They had young players step up last year. And for Miami,
Chop Robinson was okay for them as a rookie.
Chop Robinson is the one guy that is good, is very good. Achane is a very good running back.
Yep.
Although he took a little bit of a step back last year. What this might be though is another consequence of they went out and they made 3 giant trades. They didn't make 1, they made 3. Yeah. They acquired Ramsey, they acquired Bradley Chubb, and Tyreek Hill. So 2022 and 2023, you drafted 8 players total. No first in either one of those. 1 second-round guy, 2 thirds, a 4th, and a few 7ths. You have 2 draft classes that you're not really, at least from my eyes on their depth chart, you're not getting a lot from, but it's just because you didn't have many picks, and you didn't have picks at the top because you spent them on these veteran guys.
Players.
And one other aspect of this is now the 3 big trades. Hill is at the end here. Ramsey's maybe gone. And has Bradley Chubb really even made much of an impact for them? He's had some injuries too, right?
He's been hurt.
He hasn't turned into this all-pro pass rusher
they've with
them. So they kind of have, at the moment, not much to show for it at the end of the road. And this is going to happen to every team. The Rams it happened to, right? The Rams had to say goodbye to all these veteran players, but they won. And when you win, that is when it is viewed as it's working. The consequence and saying goodbye to these guys for pennies on the dollars, that's going to happen no matter what. If you won during the stretch, it's going to be viewed as it worked, and if you didn't win, then it looks like a failure.
There's also one,
and to me, Miami looks like a failure because they didn't win.
There's one big difference between the Rams and the Dolphins. Also, the Rams didn't have a lot of high picks, but they did have a lot of picks.
Volume of later picks.
The Rams, while the idea was that they don't like draft picks, had the most draft picks on their roster in the NFL. They drafted a lot.
But isn't that after the Beckham and Donald and that era?
Sure.
Isn't this that's post Super Bowl?
They also have a quarterback that's better. Stafford is better than Tua. Stafford can get you through things. He's just a better quarterback.
And never mind, your point holds up anyway. The year they won the Super Bowl, so they didn't have a first. They had a second, third, 3/4, a 5th, and 3/7.
Right. The Rams,
whereas the Dolphins had 4 picks in back-to-back drafts.
The Rams were known as bleep them picks, but it was just bleep the high picks. And to a point here, what the Rams did and won, what the Dolphins did and did not win, I wouldn't go all the way to only have 4 picks. Joe, where do I sign up for trading my next 3 first-round picks for proven players in their late 20s to get Josh Allen and the Bills over the line for the Super Bowl? I'd like that plan. I'll do that. We just kind of illustrated how you have a player that can get you through those times when it's a little bit thin. Some teams don't have that luxury. You do.
Right. What you're saying is if you make your version of the Hill, Chubb, and Ramsey trades, at the end of the road, your transition year with Josh Allen is still going to go pretty well.
Yeah.
Whereas Miami's, it could be,
and not just that,
it could really be the bottom falls out.
But your Hill, Chubb, and Ramsey trades will reap higher benefits, because
your quarterback's going to get.
You're a better team,
right?
And you're picking later every single time,
right?
24 years since Miami has won a playoff game.
And it's not looking great this year. How bad could they be, though? Tua also, remember, he gets hurt, and he's only had 1 full season in the league, so you might have to plan on 3-4 games without him, and now Zach Wilson is the backup quarterback. Could they be bad?
They could be bad.
Bad?
They could be bad. Their offensive line
don't really have much.
No, their offensive line was a mess last year. If they fix that, maybe things go the right direction.
But that's not happening. Taron Armstead just retired, right? It's going the other way, isn't it?
Yep.
Like, they don't have a left tackle at the moment. Their line doesn't look... I mean, Austin Jackson's a pretty good right tackle. They don't really have much to build on at even their weak points. So, I mean, I guess it could be bad. Could it be like 5-win bad? Either way, however bad it is, all the talk of like the Bills window being closed, remember, was always ridiculous because of Allen. I think if you wanted to tell me right now the Dolphins window is closed, I think I would like using that same line of thinking that people tried to apply to the Bills. I think it's more true right now of them.
You would have to ask if it was ever open. And could the
it was open.
Okay.
Well, it was maybe it wasn't open to win the Super Bowl. It was open to beat
compete?
the Bills. They were up 3 games, and they couldn't close the deal.
Right.
Like,
and
they had it. They
have
had
multiple
the division.
losses by a field goal on the last play. They've been close a couple times.
Yep.
Could it be a 5-win season? All right, here are your Dolphins' opponents.
Okay.
Bills twice.
I would pick the Bills in both games.
2 losses. Patriots twice.
I would probably pick them to split.
Okay. Jets twice. Are the Jets improved? Whatever. Do what you want.
Split.
Okay, you're up 4 losses. Ravens.
Loss.
Bengals.
Loss.
Browns.
Win.
Steelers.
I hate both of these teams.
It's in Pittsburgh.
It's in Pittsburgh? I'll give Pittsburgh the win.
All right. Chargers.
It's a loss for Miami.
Colts.
I'll give them a win.
Okay. Saints.
Win.
Bucks.
Loss.
Falcons.
Loss. Where is it?
Atlanta.
Loss.
Panthers.
Win.
Commanders.
Loss.
That's 11.
So 6 and 11. I just picked for them.
And were you comfortable picking any win?
No, not really. They were all pretty tight. Like Dolphins, Colts. Like it's kind of the same. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Even the Panthers. Like I don't know. Does it have to be that much better?
It looks tough. I mean, today for a Miami for a Miami fan, maybe you already felt this way, but maybe this news on Ramsay exploring a trade, you're kind of like, what happened? What's going on?
And they didn't get a playoff win out of it.
No.
Or a division. They made the playoffs twice. But they had made the playoffs before, right? With Flores.
Yep. 24 straight years without a playoff win.
And they, well, I guess they've got this point anyway. It was good enough, though, that they did pay Tua. So they've got the monster quarterback contract now as they enter into the next window.
803-0550. Lindy Ruff, top of the hour. Sabres and Leafs tonight here on WGR.
Listen to Chopin Bulldog all week for your chance to win 2 lawn tickets to see Breaking Benjamin in 3 Days Grace at Darien Lake Amphitheater, September 17th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at livenation.com.
Josh is going to this game tonight, Sabres and Leafs, and he says he's doing the phone challenge. It's a new thing, the phone challenge. The Masters phone challenge.
To not have it out?
Not use your phone.
I have several different ideas of how I'm going to accomplish this.
Okay.
When I get there, I'm going to use my phone to get into the game with my tickets and then immediately turn it off. And just
all the way off.
All the way off. And just not turn it back on.
Here's a good way to do it. Why don't you go with like 5% battery?
Oh. And then just let it die?
Yeah. You get it.
That's not bad.
Scan on the way in, walk in, boom. Now it's not even a challenge. Now you're just bricked.
Although, what if, sir, can I just double check and see your ticket, please?
Yeah, and then I can't. Yeah.
No, you walk in with the 5%. Get that scan.
No, but like, what if you're
for some reason you're in your
seats.
seat and they want to see your ticket? Like, there's a mix-up. They think this is their seat.
Going to be a lot of Leafs fans there tonight too. You never know.
Some Toronto fan shows up like, I think you're in my seat, and then Josh doesn't have the ability to break out his phone and show that that's his seat.
Well, he would have the Leaf fan show, and just go to the right seat. Problem solved.
But he doesn't have. He can't prove it either. Neither of them can prove it.
Why can't the Leaf fan prove it? Leaf fan pulls out their
because
phone.
He doesn't have that ticket.
Wait, what?
Yeah, what if the Leafs fan's trying to steal my seat?
That's what I mean.
You would say, let me see your ticket. And it would either be the seat you're sitting in or it would not. And if you're in the right seat, then it would not.
But I feel like at some point, someone would, like, somehow I would have to be, like, showing someone my ticket.
I can't remember the last time I've had to prove after I walked in.
Yeah. You got a better chance of the Sabres asking you for the seat upgrade. Like, we just need to see your tickets. Oh, I don't have it. My phone's dead.
Oh, really? Why not? This is the next question.
Then you go to the charging station, charge it, wait 2 minutes, and charge it in an emergency. Just, leave it in the car. Although that is hard because the ticket is on your phone.
Yeah, you need it to get in.
I was also thinking about just putting on Do Not Disturb, but I feel like I might still like pull it out of my pocket and look at it and be like, oh, wait a second. Never mind. I'm just going to turn it off, I think. I think that's the best way to do it.
How great would this game be today if no one had phones? It'd be better.
Way better.
Well, it's going to be all Leaf fans tonight.
So. A lot of Leaf fans, probably. They can win the division tonight.
What do we think, like 12,000 Leaf fans?
Time to play spoiler.
Yep. Yeah.
The phone challenge.
The division history for them is, like, hilarious. It would be funny to me if they didn't win it, considering they have, like, one real division title in their history.
I think you can print out your tickets. You can't print out
no,
tickets?
because the barcode, it, like, moves. So you can't do screenshots.
Well, no, on a phone you can't do screenshots.
But isn't that the same thing?
I don't know. I feel like
it's like a dynamic barcode.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can have a dynamic barcode on a piece of paper.
I think you can print out tickets.
I'm pretty sure you can't. Why doesn't we'll send Josh as the guinea pig tonight. Print out your ticket and try to walk in with it. See what they do.
I'm not seeing it's in my Apple Wallet right now, and there's no print.
Well, you don't print it out of the Apple Wallet. You print it from the actual
from the site.
The site.
So I don't know. Look at these things we just don't even know. We need these phones so much. How do people get in the Masters? With tickets?
They have like the
lanyards.
The lanyards. Yeah.
Nice. Want to go to the U.S. Open? It's not far.
Oakmont.
It's not far.
Are golf tickets getting dramatically more expensive?
Stupid.
Or were they always this expensive?
They are like everything, but they are stupid expensive.
I want to go to the Ryder Cup at Bethpage Black. It will cost you a fortune.
Yep.
Just to get in, like on Thursday.
Yep.
Like almost you're spending $1,000 to get into the Ryder Cup.
The Ryder Cup is going to be at Bethpage, which means it's going to be like the Waste Management Open. I hope. I mean,
that's how it was. That's how it was when it was in Boston, right? When the Ryder Cup was in
Brookline.
Yeah, it was nuts. I thought.
Yeah,
like the atmosphere and everything.
It's going to be insane. Guest services, you can get a hard ticket, according to Brett. There you go.
Wow.
How do you prove it, though? You need your phone to prove it? Whatever.
Can you just leave your phone with them? Okay, you want to hold on to this for a couple hours?
Phone lockers. Yeah. All right, Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff on the other side. We've got Sabres and Leafs tonight. And coming up 9 o'clock, an update on Buffalo Pro Soccer, the stadium that's being built for the USL team. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Call or text Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550. The radio home of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Sabres and Maple Leafs tonight, 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. The Leafs can win the Atlantic Division for the first time ever with 1 point, or if Tampa drops a point in their game. Only 2 games remaining in the season tonight for the Sabres against the Leafs, and then Thursday against the Flyers, and then that's it. Locker room clean-out day, press conferences after that. To football. We're 9 days out from the NFL draft. Some rumors about Shedeur Sanders today and how Albert Breer says that owners, for him to go in the first round, an owner would likely have to get involved. People in the league have told him that. Also from Albert Breer yesterday, Derek Carr was seeking a trade before it came out that he had this serious shoulder injury that could knock him out for the season. Also, Kirk Cousins wants a deal out of Atlanta, and the tough part now for him is that the Falcons don't want to take on any salary to facilitate a trade. In the NBA, tonight is the beginning of the play-in tournament. The big one, 10 o'clock, Grizzlies and Warriors. Winner goes to the first round. The loser gets one more chance. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's time to talk Sabres hockey. Big changes at KeyBank Center. Let's hear all about it. Coach Lindy Ruff is being brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. And by Catholic Health, the right way to care. Now, with head coach Lindy Ruff, here's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
Good Tuesday morning. Jeremy and Joe welcoming in Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff on the Western Hotline ahead of Sabres and Leafs tonight as we gear up for usually a charged atmosphere at KeyBank Center. Lindy, good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy, Joe. How are you guys?
We're good. Lindy, we usually kind of start off with, what have you been watching, whether it's Ovechkin's goal chase. Were you watching the Masters on Sunday?
We're trying to catch some of it. Obviously we played that day, but got a good piece of it. What an incredible weekend for golf, and what Rory did and how he had to get it done was incredible.
Yeah, obviously, you guys were playing a game during the final round. During the final round, yeah. But in terms of like you said, like catching the highlights of the story of sport, I feel like a lot of people view it as other athletes. A lot of hockey players are golfers and climbing that mountain and keeping going back to it when most of sports, I say this not in a bad way, but most of sports is failing to reach that final goal.
Yeah, I think you look at Rory's story as a whole for that final day where you start off your round with a double bogey and then you have to recover, and then you look like everything's in pretty good position. And I actually went back and watched the highlights of all the shots during the day and saw him put the shot in the water when it looked like the tournament was in his hand. And then you've got to get that to a playoff. And, I can't imagine. I know that everybody golfs and you feel this like, boy, I got to make this 5-foot putter. I got to hit it straight on the last hole. I think the incredible mental grind that he had to go through. I saw his emotion after he had won the tournament. I understand that. What a day it was for him from, the ups and downs he dealt with.
Do you, or have you, throughout your coaching career, kind of used other sports, other high-profile moments like that to, whether you're teaching mental toughness, you're teaching that it's not over, or it might feel like you're in control here, but one mistake can kind of give it away? Because I feel like you kind of ran through them all. There's a lot of lessons in that final round.
Oh, there's so many lessons, and I've used football, I've used soccer, I've used football sometimes where you can see the frustration of a player when he's wide open and and he doesn't get the ball from the quarterback, and you can see the frustration. And then the next time he gets the ball thrown to him, he drops it. And I think that's the part where you got to stay a little bit humble. I've used soccer in a sense where how they drive up the field and 3-on-2 rushes, and you can't get in behind because it's offside. There's lots of mental examples. I look at the 2010 Olympics, where we were winning and we gave up a tying goal at the end, and now we're going into overtime. And I think you can see just the way the four nations went. Overtime can go any direction. Canada got some great saves and got a break on the winning goal, but just the emotion you have to deal with inside of a game or an event, whether it's football, whether it's hockey, baseball, you name it. Baseball is sometimes one swing away from turning the whole game around, or one drop ball. So you got the Buckner play that you'll ever forget too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as I'm listening to you talk, Lindy, I'm wondering if there's parallels to this season about just bouncing back because every season for every team there's going to be low points, and how much of the NHL and how much of just being a professional athlete is okay, you're going to have those moments, and then how do you react to them? What do you do to react to them, basically?
Yeah, it's a good point, and we definitely had those moments. You look at the long losing streak, and inside of that, the moments inside that stretch that we had the game in our hand, from a Detroit game, a Colorado game, there was games I thought we let the other team's goalie off the hook. We had grade A chances that could have won us a game, a couple overtime games that, could have, should have, you can say whatever you want, but we didn't. And the grind it is to come out of that and try to recover and be a good team. And those are hard moments that you go through during the year. It's the ups and downs. It's the moments those long moments of when you're losing, you can't stay in that place very long or your season is gone.
And this is a spot where maybe you have to get to more process, and whether they're 5 or 10 game samples, Lindy, not every game is going to be a step forward. So I guess part of the question and part of the story of this season is, do you feel that as the season comes to a close, that your group is better equipped to deal with that kind of scenario? You mentioned a Detroit game or whatever earlier in the season where things might have gotten off the rails. Do you feel like the process of it is something you have improved on, and next season, I guess when we get things back up and running here, that you feel like that's tackled, the group at large has the skills, or at least the framework to kind of get through that in a better way? Yeah,
I think you use the word framework. I think that we are in a better place. I think, I talked a lot earlier in the year about dealing with adversity, and we didn't deal with it very well. I think if you look at where we're at now, and we've been dealing with, a couple of big injuries this last 3-4 weeks with Norris and Greenway out of the lineup, and how young our centers are, and we've dealt with that adversity a lot better. Like you look at some of the teams we've beat, and you got to give some of our young players credit. You got to give our veteran players that have kind of settled into a pretty good game. We have found ways to win hockey games without some of what would be our players that we're really counting on. And we've dealt with, some adversity in those games that we've been able to come back and win games. I think this recent road trip we had the Columbus game in our hand, and we gave up that late goal, which sort of seemed like a game early in the year for us where you got a good lead, you're playing well. We could have extended that lead by a big margin in the second period and didn't. And then all of a sudden, they get a tip puck and they're back in the hockey game. So I think we are. I think we've proven that to ourselves. We just went through a demanding stretch, and we've been able to hold our own, win our share of games, be better on the road, but this last couple games on the road, especially the Tampa game, weren't good. And now we got 2 games left to recover and play our best hockey again.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff, you mentioned some of the injuries. Joe and I were talking during one of the breaks earlier today about Norris. Here's a player that's under contract for a long time, highly paid, and we're kind of waiting to see what he is. He's been out for quite some time. So the injury update there, and also if we could kind of revisit it, when you guys acquire him in that trade, what kind of player is this? I mean, ideally we would have had a month to kind of get a look at how he fits in, but of course, time runs short, and we'll kind of probably look to next season for that.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously we didn't. No one really got a really good look at him. We know what he can bring. He's a high profile, great speed. Hockey IQ is really good. He's really good inside the face-off dot. Unfortunate part is I don't think we got to see the real Norris. Got hampered right away with the same type of problem that he was dealing with in Ottawa. So the exciting part is, we're getting that player back, and he's feeling better now, but he will not play for the rest of the year. But I feel you've got a sentiment there that is a guy that can make all the people around him better, and he's got tremendous speed. And I think the speed in the game is one thing that you need, and it's evident every night. So he's a player that obviously we've missed through this stretch.
Lindy Ruff with us on the Western Hotline. Another injury over the road trip was Owen Power going down, Lindy, and you had said, I think with the media a couple days ago, that it would be a while. When I heard that, I remember our conversation earlier in the year about Power and kind of gaining man strength eventually throughout his career, and we've heard comments about coming back next year in elite shape. So I don't know the timeline on Power, but how big an offseason overall is it, and how concerning is this injury for him just in having months and months to kind of get his body right for the beginning of next year?
Yeah, a great question. And, with the one we knew through the year that, the one area we wanted him to improve, and I thought he was improving, was, some of the physicality and the ending plays down low where, quickness and speed. And all those aspects are areas that every player works on every postseason and to become a better player. And the injury right now is being evaluated. I can just share that he won't play these last 2 games, and it could be a fairly serious injury. So we're just waiting for a final opinion on it, and once we get that, you'll have to recover from that. And then part of that is what does that training look like for a player that has an injury going into the postseason?
Owen Power was injured in that Florida game. One thing that we talked about a couple months ago with you in February after the New Jersey game, Thompson. So this game against Florida, the hit on Yuri Kulik from Gadjevich. One, what did you think of the hit? And two, your team's response to it. That's, I'm assuming, what you'd be looking for from, it's some of your important players too, right? Dahlin is right in there. Tuck drops the gloves. And how did you feel about the response from your guys after that hit?
I think the response is exactly what you need. I think you look at it, there's no difference between that hit really and the Thompson hit, and you don't know whether it is going to be deemed illegal or penalty or anything, but I thought was a dirty hit. I know the officials claim that the puck hit Kulik's stick just before it deflected off the other guy's stick and hit his stick, but it's still a player that's targeting another player. And I know earlier in the year we talked about this. I believe I talked about this with you guys, that the NFL has done a great job of cleaning that type of play up, protecting their best players, protecting quarterbacks, protecting wide receivers. I don't think that's a defensive player, a defenseless player that hasn't received the puck yet, and I don't care whether it tipped off the other guy's stick and hit his stick or not. He's targeting the player, and that's a play that I think you could lose a good player, and I think it's a play that we're going to get out of the game.
Lindy Ruff with us. The other thing about that hit, this kind of goes to your point, that Gadjevich kind of has the puck coming to him. So, the rule book and some of the language in it, I mean, if you have an opportunity to play the puck and you're choosing not to make contact, I don't know. Does that kind of get to a gray area and like what a hockey play is? It feels to me like that isn't a hockey play if you have the puck coming to you and your sole focus is on making contact.
Yeah, I think you just read it the way I read it.
Okay.
There's like a loophole that, okay, he could have played the puck. They can claim that, well, the puck hit Kalik's stick and he was playing the puck, but our guy really wasn't playing the puck. It went off the other guy's stick on and just maybe tipped off ours. So I think that's the gray area you're talking about right there. He could easily have played the puck in that situation, and our guy did not have the puck and wasn't playing it. I felt it was a tough hit, but I did think our response, the all-in by the players, was a great response to it.
Tonight, Toronto, the Leafs need 1 point to win the division, and it's often a split crowd, Lindy, when they come in. How do you it's kind of interesting. I don't know if you would have an explanation for this or if this would be interesting to you at all, but the Sabres in these years where they haven't made the playoffs, their record against Toronto at home is really good. So I can guess at why that is, but there is it an energy the players feed off of, like almost an anger that like there are that many fans in the building. How do you how do you think about tonight's game and what it usually means when the Leafs are in town?
I look at tonight's game as a game that we need to bounce back from a poor performance against Tampa, where we've had a really good stretch of playing good hockey, and I look at our home game and our home record and building that this is a tough building, make it a tough building to play in. For me, it's all about playing well in our building tonight in front of our fans and continue to build the way we need to play at home that will allow us to be the team we want to be.
And they have a chance to clinch the division, which means I think like you're going to get their best. It's not going to be a sleepwalking version of that team. Not that you get that any night in the NHL per se, but you've got a motivated Toronto team as well.
For sure. And that should make for a hard hockey game, obviously.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff ahead of tonight's game with the Sabres and Leafs at 7 o'clock. Lindy, thank you, and thanks for all the appearances all season.
Thanks, gentlemen.
All right.
Thanks, Lindy.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Yeah, I guess he would not have been watching the Masters during the game. Sabres Leafs.
I mean, they do have those screens down at their feet.
What else are the TVs on the bench for?
It would be funny
if you just pass through one of.
You watching offside reviews? Oh yeah. Yeah.
The broadcast.
It's just like DeChambeau missing a putt on 7.
Lindy Ruff seems to be spending an awful lot of time looking down at the film and his feet.
Look at the Sabres defense here. They're looking over at something. They've all cheered. What are they watching? Oh, Rory's shot on 15.
Uh-huh.
I guess they probably weren't watching. Has a professional athlete ever watched another game while in a game? Has an iPad on a sideline of an NFL game ever been on Red Zone? Like watching.
I think the only sport where you could maybe get away with it would be baseball. Right?
Just watching something else?
Yeah. I mean, you're in the dugout and you're sitting there for how long? You might be sitting there for 30 minutes.
We had
ready to go out in the field.
We had A.J. Brown reading a book scandal.
Yeah.
The next obvious scandal is, wait, you're watching what? Like, imagine A.J. Brown's on the sideline of an Eagles game. Like, I'm watching the Flyers game. What's the big...
Or beyond that even. He's watching Love is Blind. He's catching up on Love is Blind on the sidelines.
Yeah. 8030550. Quick thought here. So I saw a tweet from Mike Tenenbaum, who the Giants are having another workout with Shedeur Sanders.
Yep.
And Adam Schefter. So Shedeur Sanders will hold one last private workout Thursday in Boulder for a contingent of officials from the Giants. Some final intrigue leading into next week's draft in Green Bay. Mike Tenenbaum says, and then Schefter reposted this. So it's interesting. Like, think of what Schefter is trying to say without saying it. Schefter says it's a workout. Mike Tenenbaum says, when this happens so late in the process, either there's a big disagreement in the building on the evaluation, or they are reacting to new information. And then Schefter retweeted that. So,
it
could be a couple things. They could also be working him out again because they're going to take him in the second round or try to trade back up into the first.
Right.
You ready for the Bills to trade out of 30 because the Giants come up and take Shedeur Sanders at 30? I mean, that could easily happen. That's a relationship.
That's only a few picks, too.
That's a relationship and that's if you're going to draft a quarterback moving it to the end of the first round to get the fifth-year option, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'll do that trade down. We'll take Malik Neighbors in exchange for trading down into the second round. That's about what are the odds he's there?
I don't know what to think.
He is he? I mean, there's no question about Ward. I guess there could be the same questions about Dart. Isn't it true of all the quarterbacks? Like they could go anywhere. Sanders could go third,
except for Ward. Yeah, like Ward's going 1.
Yeah, but these other guys, like they could go top 10. I mean, this happened last year a little bit. Penix goes 8th overall, and that could have been a lot later. And then Nix. I mean, it also comes down to how many teams early need quarterbacks, and who are you afraid of? If the Giants. How much of a risk do you think you could take? This might be a point to why he would go early. Is they might like Sanders and think, yeah, he's more worth like a late first-round pick, but we pick third, and there's the Saints at number 9, and there's the Steelers at number 21, and some other team wild card that we're not thinking about, Seattle at number 18. We just can't risk 3-4 teams that we think could take him between us and when we could realistically get back in. So therefore, we're going to take him now. We're going to overdraft him because we don't think we get him otherwise.
Right.
And he's a quarterback. And that's how quarterbacks usually get overdrafted. Is the need is there, and you think there are teams behind you that are gonna grab him.
And you wonder, the Giants are in a spot. You're Joe Shane. You want to keep your job. What's the not most likely way you keep your job in terms of winning, but what's the path for the Giants GM and coach to keep their jobs? Is it Russell Wilson wins 10 games? It really might be.
It might be.
And if it's Russell Wilson, what you need is an offensive lineman. You need as much protection as possible because he is a sack machine.
But you man, What's the point of having a flash in the pan year if one more... Like, eventually you got to get quarterback.
You got to do it right.
You've got to do it eventually. You can't just be going year to year, just surviving. That's what that sounds like, is, well, we're going to do Wilson this year, and the next year we're going to go get a different veteran, and then the next year we're going to go get a different veteran, because we're always afraid to grab the rookie, because we know that we're one bad year away from getting fired.
That's right. It's also worth pointing out, though, you could grab the veteran. Like the Colts did this for a few years. And then they draft the rookie, and then that's over already.
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
But you got to get on living. You're always going to be playing in that 1 year window if you just keep going guy to guy to guy.
Yep.
Unless you're Tomlin. And on the opposite end, like if you do hit the pick, like that's how you get the job for life. That's the only way to, I think, long term really do it, is you gotta get the guy. So, but do they like him enough to pick him at number 3? There's another test. Like, they might say to themselves, Joe Shane might think in a vacuum, if he didn't have to worry about his job security, I like next year's quarterback class a lot better. But he would also know that he would bring in the context of, for me to be in a pick next year to have a real shot at the guys I like,
I'm not going to have a job.
I won't have the job.
Right.
To have the job, I got to win 10 games. Now I'm picking 23rd.
Yep.
And now I can't get the guy. You get stuck. So maybe when you pick 3, this is when you say, all right, I'll overdraft him because I got to do it. I got to get the guy.
Yep. Join us in the fight against cancer by riding with Bulldog and WGR's Ride for Roswell team. Saturday, June 28th. Once you join the team, you receive an email to pick up your team T-shirt and water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden Ave in Lancaster. Not a rider, you can still support the cause by donating to our team and helping us reach our goal. Visit WGR550.com for details. Back on the other side, more of your phone calls, 803-0550. Sabres and Leafs tonight, and an update on Buffalo Pro Soccer coming up top of the hour. Peter Marlet Jr. jumping in with us in studio to talk about that new stadium that's going to get built, all the USL timelines, all that coming up at 9, so stay tuned.
50 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Sabres and Maple Leafs tonight, 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. Toronto, with 1 point, can clinch the Atlantic Division for the first time ever. The draft is 9 days away. There's some Shedeur Sanders reporting today from Albert Breer that he's been told from a couple of people that if Sanders goes in the first round, it'll be because an owner got involved. The Giants doing some homework on Sanders, working him out in a private workout. Elsewhere around the league, Derek Carr was seeking a trade this offseason, according to Breer, before it came out about his shoulder injury that could knock him out for the year. Also, that Kirk Cousins, who wants a trade, might not get it because the Falcons are tough on the idea they should have to take on any salary to facilitate a trade. In basketball, Paige Beckers goes first overall yesterday to Dallas in the WNBA draft. Tonight, the start of the NBA play-in. The big game is the Grizzlies and the Warriors at 10 o'clock. Winner goes on to the first round. Loser gets one more chance. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
I love his instincts. I love his route running. I love his ability to adjust to the football. Yards after the catch, it's all immediate. It's instant. Tell me why I'm crazy.
No, dude, you're not, man. I mean, I was surprised when I saw his film.
He's pretty young to playing wide receiver. Like, he's got like a season and a half of play at wide receiver at all. That he's got crazy polish for someone that's that new to playing the position. If I'm the scout in the room, I am banging the table for Jalen Royals.
Steve, that's Sam Monson and Steve Palazzolo, the Check the Mic podcast. Scouts banging the table. I saw something yesterday that it's kind of funny. Like, for whatever reason, I get hung up on this stuff, and maybe you out there do or don't, and maybe I'm just, shouting into a void. But, Jeremy and Joe, good morning. So the Bruins, I'm going to make this point about the draft, but I'm going to make it about the Bruins.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to the Bruins? Completely fell apart.
Yep.
It all went, traded Marchand, like, pff, boom.
Yeah, Bergeron retired.
Roster cratered. It's all to the bottom, below the Sabres.
Yeah.
And their GM and their coach are both coming back.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw the statement. The statement of the report was that the GM and the coach are in lockstep.
Yep.
Teams love to tell you they're in lockstep. Oh, we're in lockstep. Yeah. Everybody agrees. We know. And it's just kind of funny that, hey, what happened? Oh, everything went south and we're a disaster. But you should know, we agree about everything along the way. Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. So you all, everything you did got you to the cratering out. I mean, the Bruins are not a great example here because they're almost always good. But teams love to tell you they're in lockstep. And the reality is that they probably disagree all the time. But they want to always tell you everybody agrees this is what we should be doing. The Bills will have a pick. The Bills will have a pick at 30. And there might be 12 people in the room. It might be 6-6 and Bean has to flip the coin. And what will happen for the next 5 years? Bean will get evaluated on that because he flips the coin. And for 5 years, we will all look at it as the Bills love this player. We did this last year at the draft with Worthy. And I was guilty of this. Well, they definitely did not like Worthy. And then a year later, Worthy tells Tyler Dunn, they told me they loved me and they were going to pick me. And I believe that they loved him. They might.
Well, someone did.
Someone did. Yeah, sure. It was not a lockstep move that, nobody thought this player was worth it. People over there definitely would have, but they went a different direction. So it's just kind of interesting. It's draft season. The Bills will come out of this draft with 7 players, and they probably like how many? 200? All the players we think you won't pick. It's about every draft bust, every single one. Wow, the Bills really whiffed on Kyer Elam. Who would have taken Elam? Like 10 other teams probably in the same spot. Mm-hmm. And it also never gets reported when I saw another thing about the draft where Dan Orlovsky said it. I think it was Dan Orlovsky. You know, you're when you take a quarterback, this is marriage. You don't take somebody you like. You take somebody you love. The reality is that teams are probably taking quarterbacks that they're, it's our best chance. I hope it works out.
Yeah.
And then that quarterback is great. And what do we think? They're geniuses.
They must have loved that.
They must have loved that guy. Geniuses. Yeah. They knew it. They knew it all along. This guy was going to be amazing.
Yeah.
So it's just the funny part. You know, it's the nature of the draft.
I mean, sometimes I guess we had a camera one time show us when a GM and a coach wasn't in lockstep. Right?
And that is the Titans with A.J. Brown. When they traded A.J. Brown, the coach was furious.
Vrabel was mad.
And he was right.
Well, and that's why teams would never want that out, because now it splits them. Now one guy is getting all the blame for it, because that one was very clear. Vrabel, although in defense of him, it probably shouldn't stick to him. You know what I mean? Like, if he hates that idea, and like, why should he get any part of the criticism after it doesn't work at all?
Right.
Like, if the GM is the masterpiece behind it, then he should. It's funny. I'm a Nuggets fan, Denver Nuggets fan. They made this big firing for the GM and the coach last week. They're a very rare instance of this. They won, and the coach and GM hated each other. Like, all the stories out of Denver are, they never talked. They don't like each other. They were working together for years. They just never got along. And they won a championship like 2 years ago. Yeah. But it also might be what got them fired.
Maybe.
Is the owner, enough time goes by where like these two just won't play nice, I'm done with it. I'm sick of it. They're fired. I don't care about the timing or anything.
How close did the Eagles get to making changes because everybody hates each other? They all hate each other.
Yeah, right.
But hey, you win. 803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Just on all that. The other example, you mentioned the Titans. Think about this offseason was the one where we see the Giants suffer a national embarrassment because they simply thought, no one's going to pay this guy that much money, right? Which, how many times has that happened in NFL history? 20 million times?
Sure. Yeah.
No one's going to give this guy that much money, are they? Well, I think we can afford to not do this. And the guy goes and signs somewhere else. Oh, I guess someone did. Mm-hmm. That's probably very normal. But any access we get, we kind of treat like it's, oh, wow. How could this information get out?
Did we just stumble upon a possible explanation for why Albert Breer has been told that the owner would have to step in for a team to draft Shedeur Sanders? Is that a general manager right now
that
is about to pick him that doesn't like him? And he's gotta, because the owner wants him.
Maybe we did.
Is that an explanation for this?
We do have a little bit of context here where the Browns owner just came out and said, that was on me. I did that. Deshaun Watson. I made that happen. I told them to make that happen, basically.
Yep. And I think it's pretty obvious the Giants owner Mara wanted to keep Daniel Jones a couple of years ago. And the GM and the coach maybe weren't as in favor of it. That was actually the first team I thought of, but would they do that again? Would the owner do that again? Would Joe Schoen be about to pick Shedeur Sanders at number 3, and he doesn't like Shedeur Sanders, and he knows he'll get fired after it blows up in his face, and he just wants to start putting the tea leaves out there. I don't want him. It wasn't my guy. That was the owner that wanted Sanders. That would be a good explanation, I think, for why you're seeing this. And it happens all the time, right? It happens all the time. It probably happens 10 times more than we think that owners are involved in quarterback decisions, especially at the top of the roster. I mean, Jerry Jones is definitely one of those, but he is the GM.
That's the other thing about owners being involved.
They're involved. There probably are 30 of the 32 involved in who their team picks a quarterback.
Yeah.
Has to be sold on it.
Yeah.
So
the way your team plays, you would have a say in that. Some owners want that credit. Some owners want to run away from that credit.
Right.
Comment in the chat. Walter writes in, if I didn't want a player, I would tell him I was gonna draft him, because I can only benefit from him telling another team and then trading ahead thinking I want him. No benefit in being honest. The draft is not.
It's that elaborate of a smokescreen.
Listen, the draft is not 10,000 smoke screens.
Just super
it's just
spies.
not realistic.
Just super spies.
What's more likely? The Bills literally lied to a player's face in an attempt to get someone to trade up, or they actually liked him and then they got to the moment and said, you know what, we're going to go a different direction. The latter is 1,000 times more likely. You are not playing smoke screens, lying to players to try to get teams to trade in front of you. That's not realistic. This is
it's impossible that someone
everybody out here
that deeply.
Everybody's turning everyone into Belichick. Oh, well, look at what Belichick has done again.
I was just thinking about him.
It's not always 3D chess.
I was just thinking about him, though. Is that something that people have done in the league before? Not saying it happens all the time, which is why I think it's more likely not they actually wanted Worthy. Are we saying no one's ever done that? No one's ever told a player that they want him because they think it's going to make an impact on the draft board, or that it's going to make an impact on some trade.
Okay.
Or what's the downside of us telling him that we want him? The best case scenario is someone acts on that, and the worst case is nothing happens.
I'll diffuse it immediately. So the idea is a team tells a player, we're going to take you.
So that
ready?
It gets back to a team behind them.
Perfect. How do I...
Or in front of them.
I wonder if there's any other person that works for the player that could just tell that team that anyway. Hey, the Bills are going to take my guy. They told them that. The Bills don't even have to do it. The agent can just lie.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're getting to the team feels like they should lie so the agent can then be truthful. Please.
Right, maybe they don't think the agent's a good liar.
And not everything is a smokescreen, guys. Not everybody. It's just... It's the draft. Now we're really 9 days away.
We do...
Now that we're into the Bills lied to a player because they wanted to... Yeah. What they really wanted was they wanted to lie to a player about liking him so their arch rival who beats them every year would jump up and take them, and then that guy would be integral to that team's offense and getting them past them again. Smokescreen. Smokescreen. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Right, that would imply they kind of got what they wanted. They wanted Kansas City to call them because they thought the Bills would take him.
Yes.
So.
Whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's fine.
I do believe there are smokescreens.
Sure. And I also believe that teams want players and tell them they'll take him, and then, well, we didn't expect the board to be like this, so...
Mm-hmm. But that's not a defense of the Worthy thing because the board fell the way he described that they would take him in. Like that scenario. Right? The board didn't fall to, oh, man, we told Xavier Worthy if he's there, we're going to take him. But, I mean, this guy that we had ranked 13th was sitting there. That's not what happened because they traded down. So that's not the defense of why they didn't take him. To me, the most likely defense is that someone that wanted Worthy told Worthy, we're going to take you, and then somebody that didn't want Worthy, overruled that.
803-0550.
I can't believe that they just got so much in a trade down that's why they did it. Remember, they did not really
get that much.
They did not get that much.
Yep. Again, there's something that could happen. Way to make this pick? My head coach doesn't like small players. Hey, that could be it. Anyway, let's get a break in. 803-0550. 1-888-550-2550 on WGR.
April 24th, 7 p.m. at Resurgence Brewing. Tickets will include preferred seating at the party, including pizza, all-you-can-drink beer, well drinks as well. Must be 21 or over to win.
Draft party. April 15th, tax day. Right?
Yes. That's right. I had that done for over a month.
Oh, yeah.
We get that out very early.
Yes, same. We should talk about the Tennessee quarterback situation in the NIL story because I think there's obviously a big story within that. The Tennessee is moving on from their starting quarterback who wanted to basically like hold out for more money.
Yes.
Which
UNC I saw today is going a different direction. They were looking at him.
Yeah.
Belichick was. What
you're seeing in college football is not a totally, well, you would say a totally broken system, I guess you could. It's just uncapped.
Yeah.
This is what the NFL would look like. It's what any sports league would look like without a cap. Mm-hmm. It's uncapped.
And it's year-to-year free agency.
Right. There's no guardrails.
Right.
If there were a framework or guardrails, you probably have something that could be saved. But that's why it looks so out of control. And I saw a story, ProFootballTalk.com. Maybe we'll dig into this a little later. Antitrust meetings and 5 senators trying to propose laws and really get legal constraints around this because college football is kind of really in a weird spot for sure. 803-0550. All right, Peter Marlet Jr. joining us. Buffalo Pro Soccer update. If you've heard about the new stadium, we'll give you timelines, what it all means, a USL team. Lots to learn about this new sporting venture that's coming into town. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Tune in to show.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Sabres and Leafs tonight at KeyBank Center. 7 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame at 6 here on WGR. Toronto can win the Atlantic Division for the first time ever with just 1 point tonight against the Sabres. They could also win it if Tampa doesn't win in their game. Again, pregame at 6 tonight. Second to last game of the year, Thursday, the finale against Philadelphia. That game also at home. To football, we are 9 days away from the NFL draft. The New York Giants will be hosting Shadur Sanders on a private workout on Thursday. And there's a note from Albert Breer yesterday. He's been told from people in the league that if Sanders goes in the first round, it will be because an owner got involved. He also talked about Derek Carr yesterday, that other teams were under the impression Carr was available for trade, but he has this shoulder injury now that could knock him out for the season. Also, in Atlanta, Kirk Cousins wants a deal, and the report is that the Falcons are tough on the idea of a trade because they do not want to take on Cousins' salary to facilitate a deal. NBA play-in begins tonight. Top game to watch, 10 o'clock, Grizzlies and Warriors. That's the 7-8 matchup in the West. The winner goes on to the first round. The loser will get one more shot. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Good morning, Jeremy and Joe.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Hello there.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hi, guys. Great show. Love it.
Good morning, guys. Big fan of the show.
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now.
All right, good Tuesday morning. It's 47, windy. A little bit of rain today, and it might snow tomorrow. I know. Delivering the good news to start the hour. Jeremy and Joe, talk a little soccer here. We've got an update on Buffalo Pro Soccer, and President Peter Marlet Jr. is in studio with us. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me, guys.
Your second time here.
Yeah.
You're back.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Love coming out to the studio.
Question on everyone's minds, how to go in golf simulator playoffs for you guys?
Well, we actually didn't even make the playoffs.
Okay.
It was a disaster. Are you guys still going?
No, we lost our first match. I hit 2 balls out of bounds on the first hole. I'm not very good with pressure.
Okay.
So when Rory hits a bad shot, I'm always just like, yeah, I get that. I'm a simulator golf league first shot out of bounds kind of guy. So
yeah. Well, at least you got there.
That's right. That's right. Now we're just waiting for the weather to get nice enough to play. Actually outside.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, thanks for being here. So the news came down last week.
Yep.
And the stadium, people maybe have seen the renderings by now. So big news. This was kind of, something you'd updated us on, looking at a couple of sites, and now things are moving forward. You've got your site and I see the story at USL's website. So pro soccer to Buffalo.
Yeah. And so the big step, and we talked about this last time I was here, the major step for all these teams, the defining moment for professional soccer teams in the U.S. is when they get their stadium. And we announced last Friday at 11:30 a.m. that we had gotten our stadium. We've acquired the land on Elk Street, 427 Elk Street, and our building. We've got our architects. We've been doing behind the scenes work for at least a month leading up to this point in kind of the pre-development phases, and now we're full speed ahead with our team at that site. And it's a huge moment for us.
So let's start with timelines. I mean, people in the area are watching a massive football stadium be built over the course of 2 years.
Yep.
How long will it take to get this stadium built?
Yes, so this is it's unique to Buffalo, but not unique to the national and global stadium world. So we are going to be building a modular stadium. We're working with a company called 6-5 Stadium. They are out of Canada, actually, and these modular stadiums are fully constructed locally by local workers, local builders, local architects, everything. We've got a local team on the ground here, but it is prefabricated elsewhere and then shipped in pieces to site to be constructed. So these stadiums, I was in Vancouver about a month ago now, visiting with 6-5 to look at some of the stuff that they've built and some of their capabilities. One of the stadiums I toured, which was about the same size as ours, a little smaller, a little more bare bones than we're going to do, but was pretty nice. They put that up in 4 months.
Wow. So quick.
Quick. I mean, yeah. Exactly. Listen, I'm not anticipating a 4-month timeline for us. We want shovels in the ground this summer, and as long as we do that, we're in great shape.
Built, and then it's almost kind of sounds like it's like a puzzle that
a
you
little
put
bit
together.
Yeah, exactly. So it's prefabricated, then shipped to site in those pieces, and then the workers on the ground piece it together. Yeah.
Wow. So capacity is 7,600?
So seated capacity is 7,600, and if you'll look at the renderings, you'll notice an open end line right now, and that we can choose to open up for general admission, which would add significantly more capacity, get us closer to that 10,000 capacity number that we think is the right number in this market for now. We expect that this will grow, and that's another advantage of modular fabrication. We're working with Labella Associates, who's for our architects. They're the USL's preferred architecture group, but they're a local. They have a strong local presence here in Western New York. This is being designed in a way that it can be expanded upon easily and quickly.
Okay, because one of the things Joe and I talked about this week on hearing this news was that USL does have a standard for is it a population? A capacity number for their top flight division.
So yeah, that's actually that. I'm gonna take a step back here to explain a little more. So USL announced about a month ago that it would be forming a first division league. Currently, USL Championship, where we're coming in, is the first division of USL professional soccer, but it's technically the second division of pro soccer in the U.S. So USL, like I said, about a month ago, approached the U.S. Soccer Federation to form a first division league that would be on the same level as Major League Soccer in the hierarchy of U.S. soccer. And along with that, they would have 3 fully professional divisions and would have promotion and relegation within those divisions. And yes, to get back to the stadium question, according to the U.S. Soccer Federation today, for a first division sanctioned club, you need to have a stadium capacity of 15,000.
Mm-hmm. Is that... So how that sounds on the surface is if the team was to earn promotion to the top flight. Let me start with, you mentioned there were 3 divisions?
Yes, so there's USL League One, which is the third division right now, USL Championship, which is where we're coming in, and then they will be adding first division.
So it would be the first season would be in the second, basically the second league?
Well, so that's going to start in 2028.
In 2028.
So our first,
So by then it might be...
Right, we'd be in the first divition of USL when we start, but come 2028, there will be this additional league.
Gotcha. So basically it's
that you then earn promotion.
It's the continued growth of USL as an organization. They're creating a top tier that everybody is able to play into right now.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So that's all there. When it comes to the USL promotion relegation, there was another big announcement from USL. It's going to be unique to American sports to have that kind of format.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the growth of soccer in the US, you go to Mesquite or the Banshee or any number of bars now throughout this area on a Saturday or Sunday morning, and they're packed with people watching English Premier League, German League, whatever it may be. And people have become much more aware and interested in that more global model, which is earn your way into the top division and earn your keep in the top divisions. And that is what USL is instituting here. And actually, I should say, shows like Ted Lasso and Welcome to Wrexham also educated people on this. And it's, the country's calling for it.
Yeah. So I want to get to the global idea a little bit more later, but first on the site itself, like how the site was chosen, what is in the neighborhood. I know Encore's got their complex going in. I'm always talking to the team at Encore about how that's going. Yep. So you've got a little district down there. I would say, my reading the reaction, Peter, to the site announcement was some disappointment about things not being downtown, which is a common theme in Buffalo. Everybody wants things downtown, and things just they don't end up there. Do you see value in a district, because you're not going to be completely on an island by yourself here?
Oh, absolutely. So, the powerhouse is already there, and it hosted a major event. The team at 26 Productions hosted a big event there this past weekend. It's hosting weddings and events constantly, bringing tens of thousands of people to that area as it is. But yeah, the Encore Golf announcement, building Shot Club Social literally as the neighbor to the site that we're going to be on, all of a sudden, and then plus our stadium, which will also be a concert venue, festival venue, etc. All of a sudden, you've got this block that was completely industrial not too long ago, with a ton of mixed-use recreation and a ton of entertainment. And it's also really important to keep in mind here, this isn't Orchard Park. This is 5 minutes from the heart of downtown Buffalo. Larkinville, which might be my favorite neighborhood in the city, it's 2 minutes away. It's less than a mile away. And I'm engaging with a lot of business owners in Larkinville about how we can create that game day experience there, maybe through shuttling. I'm working with Go Bike Buffalo to talk about a biking program and stuff like that. So yes, having our own little independent entertainment district with Encore and Powerhouse, that's awesome. But we're also connected very closely to Larkinville and then very closely to downtown.
Yeah. How important was that for you? We had spoken to you about other sites too, having a stadium site that was, if not right downtown, like near it and within the city limits.
It had to be. That was one thing that you look at other markets, other cities, other clubs who have done this throughout the country, and it's just it becomes so obvious that you need to be in the city that you're representing. And then we had CSL International, a major firm, do a market survey that told us exactly that as well. So no, we were, when I started this process a year and a half ago or so, there were 25 sites on the list that were all over, surrounding areas of Buffalo. We quickly realized it was going to have to be in the city.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. On the stadium itself, so for people that are wondering like what these are like, it's a smaller stadium. The potential for what's capacity for mixed use, multi-use kind of thing? Because and to that point, in this process, how many of these types of stadiums, these size stadiums, were you able to see to kind of get draw inspiration from, see how they fit into a community?
Yeah, I mean, over the years, I've built my career doing this. I've been to countless stadiums throughout the U.S. and throughout the world, much bigger than what we're building, and also some smaller, very similar to this size. And creating an atmosphere is the most important thing. You can have a beautiful 60,000 seat stadium, but if you're only getting 20,000 people in there, it feels cavernous. It feels empty. If you've got a tighter stadium, with people tight to the sidelines, and we've got our safe standing section behind one of our goals, the south end line. That's going to create the atmosphere. That's going to be people with drums, people with flags, people going nuts, and getting everybody else in the stadium feeding off that, because we're going to be tight. We're going to be close together. So the stadium capacity, as I said, seated capacity 7,600. That's going to include corporate suites. That's going to include premium sections. That's going to include the safe standing, party decks, etc. It's going to have all different types of levels of experience at different price points. But there's also the open end line right now that if we open up can be a GA section if needed, could be additional suites if needed. That's kind of a blank canvas, but we're also leaving it there so that we can bring a stage and build it there, because we do expect concerts, festivals, etc. And then, anywhere from 5,000 to 15,000, depending on how we configure it, could be that capacity.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that too. I'm sure you've run into this more than I have, but I just went to a game, Charlotte FC, cool. And that's a giant stadium, football stadium. The only other MLS game I had been to was in Nashville. Mm-hmm. And there might have been the same amount of people in those two games, but one atmospherically just felt totally different than the other.
That's exactly right. There probably were the same amount of people, but
right. But when you have the whole upper bowl just completely empty.
Yep. Just changes the experience.
Vibe. Yeah.
So with regard to the planning of this, Do you have price points? It might be early in the game for that, but we're about to enter a time where the Bills are moving into a new stadium. People are going to be paying more prices for maybe a family that wants to go to another sporting event. The Bisons, the Bandits, the Sabres, and pro soccer here. What ballpark is there a ballpark to kind of get to?
Yeah, I mentioned that there are a bunch of different seating options. I will say that in our budgeting, we're planning for an average ticket cost of about $32. But what's really important to that, especially in creating the atmosphere, and as I said, we need to pick a stadium site that is accessible to a bunch of different people, to everybody, through a bunch of different methods of transportation, which we did. And now we need to price it in a way that anybody can come out. So I do expect us to have a less expensive ticket price, get-in-the-door ticket price of around $15 per ticket, give or take. And then, like I said, there will be suites, there will be premium sections. If you want that elevated experience, that's on offer too.
What about it? I've had actually a couple friends ask me this question about becoming an ultra and timelines for stuff like that. For those who don't, the flag bearers in the crazy section of the crowd. How far away is that type of stuff?
So what we're doing right now, we've opened up on our website. Just go to buffaloprosoccer.com, the ticketing section. We've opened up our founding membership program, which is you place a season ticket deposit for $20, and we do ask in there you to pick what section you are thinking about. It doesn't lock you into that section when it actually comes time. But one of those is the safe standing section. And the safe standing section behind the goal, that is where the ultras, that is where the supporters groups, that is where the people who want to have the drums, have the flags, have the horns, whatever it may be, that's where they're going to be congregating. So that's what I would encourage. And my hope, through our town halls and stuff like that, is that these groups will form organically. These supporters groups and ultras groups will, of course, work with them and help them and help facilitate however we can. But our hope is that, as it happens in the right places and overseas, they form themselves a little.
Peter Marlet, Buffalo Pro Soccer. How about timelines for first game, colors, uniforms, names, teams?
Yeah.
To me, that sounds like, is that more of the fun part than what this has been? This has been a lot of work.
I love that part.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm excited to keep to get to focus on that part a little bit now that we've reached this stage. So I brought over a year ago for my marketing and PR the Martin Group, but they also have a phenomenal creative and branding department, and they're working on our creative, on our name, on our colors, on everything like that. But one thing that I have noticed, and it's a frustration of mine. A lot of American pro soccer brands, pro soccer logos, crests, in my opinion, look like they were created by a marketing agency and a sports executive, and really want to avoid that. So in addition to the Martin Group and myself being in these meetings, we've created what we're calling our Creative Council, and it's just 5 creatives, artists, creative professionals from Buffalo, in Buffalo, painters, poets, it's various creative professionals who are in every single branding meeting. They're helping us influence the name, the colors, the logo, everything like that. And I'm letting them drive, really. They're the ones who are going to put an authentic brand on the field for us.
Can we be in the focus group?
we will definitely have some focus groups. I'd have to see what you produce.
I might not be good for that because every time
he hasn't liked a new team name in professional sports.
The Kraken is bad.
Years.
What do you want from me? The Kraken is bad.
He doesn't like Kraken.
Anyway, but timeline for first season, for first game, for how this is all going.
So our goal has been 2026 USL Championship season, which starts in March, and now with this stadium announcement, we are still on pace for that. So that's what we're pushing towards.
And will that be coordinated with USL? Like, hey, you're on track. All right, put us on the schedule.
That's exactly right. I'm meeting with the league at least weekly, and it's way more often than that.
And then the point I wanted to get to or ask you about the global thing was, you mentioned that U.S. soccer will put this on the level with MLS, that the USL top tier. If it's truly like soccer around the world, will there be any sort of, or if there is already, I apologize for not knowing this, U.S. tournaments where the leagues cross over?
Yeah. So actually, the U.S. Open Cup has existed in the U.S. for over 100 years. It's the FA Cup. It's Coppa Italia. It's whatever it is. It is the Open tournament. It's a single elimination tournament. Any team can qualify for it, but all professional teams are required as part of our sanctioning to play in it. And USL clubs have been already, without that first division, performing very well in that tournament recently. Actually, Union Omaha, the USL League One, so third division club that I was general manager of for 3 years prior to taking this role, we've never lost to a club below the MLS level in that tournament. I guess it's they now, but while I was there, we never lost to a club before the MLS level. We went to Soldier Field and beat the Chicago Fire of MLS. We went to Alliance Stadium, which is Minneapolis, Minnesota United of MLS, and we beat them there. Ended up losing in the quarterfinal to Sporting Kansas City that year. But that same year, Sacramento Republic, a USL championship team, beat, I want to say, 4 MLS teams on their road to the final. So that's happening. And the competition is between USL, League One and Championship is already tight with MLS in that tournament. I can only imagine what a first division league will produce.
Is it too early to ask about like streaming or TV? Because you see, I've seen USL games on ESPN Plus or maybe even on ESPN.
Yeah.
So where would that be in the timeline?
Yeah. So right now, there's a broadcast and streaming deal in place, a league-wide broadcast and streaming deal in place. So every game's on ESPN Plus. It's also their games on CBS Sports Golazo Network, Paramount Plus, and CBS and ESPN linear national broadcast TV. That I expect that will continue. I don't know if it'll be on those same networks necessarily, though I think it probably will because it's been going very well. Actually, in national broadcast, I believe it was last week's game on CBS. It outperformed the MLS game on Fox in terms of viewership that day. But locally as well, USL, and this is something that's great about the league, do allow local clubs to negotiate their own local broadcast and streaming deals.
Did we talk about or mention the months in which the season actually takes place, during the calendar year?
Right, we haven't yet. So it starts in mid-March, regular season ends at the end of October, and then playoffs in November.
Is there any, I don't know how this works for you guys. I kind of know how it does in the Premier League a little bit. Like if mid-March, we've seen snow in mid-March. Yeah. Is that a concern at all? It just kind of happens?
It just kind of happens, and as you've seen in the Premier League and other leagues,
sometimes they'll play through it. Sometimes Liverpool had a game postponed earlier in the year.
Right. Yeah. If you get something terrible, you might have to postpone it. But again, I'll speak to Omaha. We had a game and the field had a foot of snow on it, an early season game, and we shoveled it off and played. It's you play these games, and also we'll be intelligent in our scheduling. Try not to schedule too many home games in the months that we're concerned about.
Sure.
Peter Marlet, Buffalo Pro Soccer. You have a dog in the fight in the Champions League? We're back to the Champions League today.
You know what? I'm a Manchester United fan, so I haven't had a dog in the fight in the Champions League in a long time. I'm watching as a fan.
Did you see Rory's comment about that?
I did, yeah.
He got asked, would he take the green jacket to Old Trafford, and he kind of winced. He's like, if it inspires some better play. He kind of took a shot at his own team. Wow. It's hard not to, though. Right?
Yeah, listen, but you know what? It allows me to watch the Champions League a little more freely and just enjoy it. But no,
shouldn't he be a Liverpool fan? Like Ireland
is northern. He's from Northern Ireland.
That's Liverpool. All right, is it? Yeah.
I saw a graphic of all the players in the field and who their allegiances are to in the Premier League, and there were a lot of
Masters.
At the Masters.
Interesting. Aston Villa, Paris today, and Dortmund, Barcelona today from the Champions League.
It's good ones. I'm looking forward to them.
Tomorrow's the big one, Peter.
The big one. They're up 3-0.
We got to get Arsenal through Real. We got to get Arsenal through Real. All right, we're going to get Arsenal through Real Madrid, and let's go. Well, thanks so much. Congratulations, and keep us posted.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
And for anybody that wants to keep track, like BuffaloProSoccer.com, you can. I see there's a link to kind of stay connected.
Yeah, exactly. So that'll sign you up for our mailing list, which we mail out pretty regularly. Also, we're on every social channel.
Right. All right.
At Buff Pro Soccer on X.
Thank you.
Excited to track the progress, and best of luck.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
All right, we're going to break in. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe, live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. WGR Sports Radio 550. Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR 550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Jimmy Vaughn. Vaughn? I know he hadn't done very well against this guy, but I got a hunch he's due.
Good morning to the chat on YouTube. The chat we're treating now as a character on the show.
See, that's why I love it. We don't even have to mention a guy and just bam, everyone's fist fighting in the chat.
The chat is like, you look out in your backyard and you see, like, what are the dogs doing out there? And you just find out, like, they're after something. All right, I feel like we haven't checked in on the chat in
a few days.
Yeah. We've needed some time to. Everyone needed time to cool down. The chat had itself a week last week.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're getting back to it. The usuals are in here. They're talking about board games. The board game draft happening.
Yeah,
I thought we might borrow that from the chat for a quick conversation.
They're also into creating soccer team names right now.
Yeah,
and I think I like a couple of them.
Buffalo Steel. Okay. I don't mind it.
The Rail Riders.
Rail Riders. Isn't there who is the Rail Riders? Scranton what?
There's
a minor league
Scranton Wilkes-Barre Rail Riders.
Yeah, that's right.
Baseball.
The Yankees affiliate, I think.
Queen City FC.
There's so many FCs.
I might want a team name.
There's also so many FCs and Queen City. There's like 10 cities that claim to be the Queen City.
Do SC. Like
Sporting Club?
No, Soccer Club. That's what Nashville does, I think. Or is it? Or maybe theirs is Sporting Club. I don't know. Because Sporting KC is another
how about this?
One. Sporting Buffalo.
Buffalo PC. Party Club. That's it. It's a party club. What are we doing? It's a party club. I'm going to the party club. There's a soccer game.
Buffalo PC, though, sounds like it's taken for some like IT company or something.
Yeah, you might be right. Tyron writes in Buffalo egg salad sandwiches. That would really terrify our opponents. No one would have anything to do with them.
Yeah.
So the board game draft, how did that come up? The afternoon show was talking board games or something.
Have they had a board game draft? I don't think they have.
I don't know, but here's a good question. Let's say we've got the four of us, me, you, Owen, Josh, and we've got like, all right, we're going to do a night.
Yeah.
We're going to hang out here in the studio. Everybody bring a board game.
Yeah.
And we'll drink beers and we'll hang out. It's like a old school draft night or something. What game will you bring?
Trouble.
Trouble. Wow, that's a rough choice.
That's your first overall pick?
It was the first thing that came to mind.
It's a rough choice.
You got to hit the thing.
The Pop-O-Matic bubble.
Pop-O-Matic bubble.
Yeah,
what an innovation.
All right, so we got a better game than that. Trouble.
I think they'll come up with something better.
I mean, Catan is an obvious answer.
I've never played Catan, and it always
so good. Catan's elite.
It feels like something I'd love playing, but that also the commitment that it takes isn't worth it. Like, isn't it?
It's not that
to
long.
Learn it, and then isn't it one of those long games to play?
It's not hard to learn.
Okay, it's not hard to learn.
It's not hard to learn at all.
And it's really not that long sometimes, too.
It's like Monopoly length.
It can.
No, it's not
even.
Monopoly is days.
Is it longer or shorter than Risk? Because I love Risk, but
a little bit
Risk
shorter,
is a month-long game.
No, it's
as Seinfeld proved.
Catan is bookmark an hour and a half. Yeah, sometimes two. Monopoly is infinite. Monopoly doesn't have an end.
Yeah.
But
Risk doesn't have an end.
Yeah, Catan is not.
Risk.
It's not hard to learn. It's a very solid party game. It's a fun party game.
Yeah.
4 people. Catan's a good answer. What other games? Board games.
I have a game called Tapple that's really fun. It's a little disc, and you get a card, and it says like a category, and then you have tiles that are letters.
Okay.
You have to say a thing in the category that starts with that letter, and you press the letter down. You reset the timer, and then you keep going.
Mm-hmm.
And whoever gets it wrong first, or if you run out of letters, you reset the letters and go again. It's really fun.
Okay.
J Bud writes in categories. Sounds like a good time. Yeah, like Taboo.
That's a good game.
Taboo's a fun game.
That was the first one that came to my mind.
Catchphrase?
Nah.
You don't like catchphrase?
Nah.
It's like the same thing as Taboo, isn't it?
I think it's a little.
What about just good old chess?
If my wife
chess with 4 people.
Hold on, if my wife is listening,
2 on 2.
What the heck is the game we play with the family with the words?
Alternate shot chess. Best ball chess.
Best ball.
Scramble chess.
Scramble chess.
What the heck's the name of that game?
What is it? Battleship.
Not Cards Against Humanity.
No.
Is Battleship
Oh, wait,
a board
you
game?
said Game with the Family. Never mind.
What the heck is it? Passphrase.
Shoots and ladders.
Code. No.
Oh, Codenames.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good game.
Codenames.
That's a great
Codenames is a cool game where you say a word and you got to what word? Yes, Codenames is cool. We play that a good amount with the family. I like Codenames.
How about like Operation? Just, bzz, get a little harder after a while in the room.
It's good for the kids.
But,
True. Operation's good for the kids?
Yeah, that's fun for the kids.
Pull the liver out of this guy, and if you don't, wham.
Yeah.
You guys ever played Chameleon?
I don't think so.
Never heard of it.
That's one where everyone knows what category you're talking about except for one person. They're the chameleon. They have to, try to figure out what category you're talking about without revealing that they're the chameleon. And then at the end of the time, you have to. The rest of the group kind of is like, okay, you're the chameleon. Like it's trying to figure out the imposter essentially.
Right.
It's pretty fun.
The chat ready for some board
Is
games.
Connect 4 a board game?
Sure. Parlor games, I guess we'll go with for all this
Parlor
stuff.
games. Yeah.
I used to love the game of Life. Life because it was
I just played
three-dimensional, has a wheel. Way more fun than Monopoly.
It's a good game.
Way more fun.
I'm learning now that I've not played a lot of these.
No?
Like I know them. I don't think I've ever played Life. I had Chutes and Ladders growing up. I had Sorry.
Candyland.
I had Candyland.
What's the mystery?
Imagine,
Candyland's a great
how about this?
game.
Imagine the fellas just all get together for a night of playing Candyland.
Candyland.
Let's go, boys.
Yeah.
It's Candyland night. Mousetrap. Excellent reference.
Mousetrap always looked intimidating to build.
It is. Main thing about
makes a mess.
about Mousetrap is it's fun to build and it's fun to set off the trap. The game underneath it, there's no point to play. You just want to do the trap. Like there's actually a board, and why would you ever play?
Right.
It's all for one. Fireball Island. Go ahead and look up that one.
Fireball Island
I think it's
as
Fireball.
a board game.
Yeah, I think it's Fireball Island.
Someone in the chat says Twister.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Fireball Island. Go ahead and watch a YouTube commercial for Fireball Island, a board game from my youth where, all the three-dimensional ones that had things that moved and did stuff, that's what you wanted.
I think Risk is my number one.
All right.
It just takes... If I bring Risk to a party, we're only playing Risk.
I played a game of Risk at a bachelor party one time that lasted 8.5 hours.
That's short. That's short for a game of Risk.
We started at 8 in the morning, and we played all day.
It's dedication.
It depends how many people you have that want to go for it all. Because if you get 4 conservative Risk players that don't want to take risks, no pun intended, you'll be playing that game for 5 months. Is Bubble Hockey a game? No, that's not a board game.
It's a parlor game.
Parlor game.
You ever play
Hungry Hippos?
Here's one for
Yes.
you. Have you ever played Bumper Pool?
No.
Oh, yes.
Bumper
Huge Bumper
Pool. I feel like you used to see a lot more Bumper Pool back in the day.
My grandfather has a bumper pool table in his basement, and that is our move on every Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
We go down there, me, my brother, my dad, and my grandpa.
Bumper Pool is...
Is this just like bumper cars, but it's smaller?
No, it is a smaller table, and there are 4 holes on this, right? And yeah, like you've got to get your balls in the holes, but the bumpers work to not... Google it. Look at the table.
Yeah, it's like a sort of a geometrical challenge
Yes.
to hit your ball past the bumpers and angles.
This
and,
is strange looking.
It's a fun one.
It is. It's different. We used to have one at the YMCA when I was a kid. When I went to like summer camp. We played Bumper Pool all the time.
Huh.
You can build your perfect parlor. Your first pick of the game. Ping pong, pool, what do you want? Because my answer is a resounding pound the table.
Pool table.
Shuffleboard.
Oh, yeah. Never mind. That's good.
That's the best one.
Yeah.
That's the most fun.
Shuffleboard's great.
Both kinds. But, the table shuffleboard.
Yep.
By far the best. You show me a bar that has that, I'm having a good time.
Mm-hmm. Yes, my early 20s were every weekend spent at a local shuffleboard table. Lots of fun.
A couple answers here we haven't gotten to. Clue. Thoughts on Clue?
That's a good game.
Never played it.
It's a fun game.
Another one of my favorites, Guess Who.
All right.
Guess Who's really good.
Shout out Kelvin, who on the chat suggests Stratego. Oh, great game.
Wow.
That's Stratego's a great game.
A lot of these we're just bringing up in great game. What are the bad games then?
Monopoly.
Trouble.
Trouble? Trouble's not bad. What's wrong with Trouble?
Sorry. Sorry's not a good game.
Sorry does.
It's basically just
I
Trouble.
had Sorry as a kid, but I just don't remember the rules in comparison. I don't
That's
remember the
one
rules
with,
for a lot of
the
these.
wheelie pins, right? Where you wheel them at each other. Yeah, I don't.
No,
want
that's
any part of that.
That's not. Sorry is the one where you're going around the board and you have cards, and then some of them say sorry, some of them have different numbers.
It's not a good game. Ticket to Ride. I don't know if that's. Are these the good examples or the bad ones?
Ticket to Ride's a good game.
Is it? Mm-hmm. Battleship, electronic Battleship. Let's go.
Yes.
All right. Thanks, chat, for giving this to us.
I learned that I'm like kind of board game illiterate.
Yeah?
I don't even know what half these are. What is Ticket to Ride?
It's kind of like Catan. Okay. It's a Catan.
Really, a lot of these board games are
trains.
very close to each other. They're just like one or two different changes.
Yeah, that's right.
When's the last time you even played? I've not played. I mean, you have kids, so it might be different. I have not played a board game at all. Actually, I've played Battleship in the last year.
Last board game I played.
I played Battleship.
We tried to play something the other day. I forget what it was.
I'd like to get really good at chess.
Yeah?
Yeah. Same thing, though, with, like, I guess what I thought Catan was. The effort that's going to take, is it worth it? I'm trying to fix my golf swing over here.
What'd you shoot yesterday? You said you played. What'd you shoot?
95. 51 on the front. So we got going on the back.
All right.
It was, I'll say this, though, it was my first round after a swing lesson that I didn't have practice in between. So I'm proud of myself that I was even able to do that because I'm still very uncomfortable with a certain change.
All right, Extendo Sports coming up. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point show after that. Happy Tuesday. It looks nice outside. It
looks nice outside.
It looks
it's
nice.
Cold.
One of the things, I always tell you what I hear on the way in on PEN, and sometimes the news is good and sometimes it's bad on the weather. And one of the things said at 5:15 a.m. you don't want to hear is, this is about as warm as it's going to get today. Like, oh.
Yeah.
You never want to hear that before the sun comes up. So anyway, it's not horrible today, at least not yet. Did you look at Fireball Island yet? Fireball Island?
I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
The board looks very unique.
Does it look fun?
Yeah.
All right. Extendo Sports coming up. We'll wrap the show here on WGR.
550 2020 Sports.
Extendo Sports.
Chris Canty pleads with the Giants to not draft Shedeur Sanders. Okay. That's the headline on ESPN. Josh had something for us.
The NHLPA Players Poll came out this morning, just about 10 minutes ago, and we have a fun section in here called Which PWHL rulebook change would you like to see in the NHL?
Professional Women's Hockey League rules that they have that NHL players would like for the NHL.
So we got 5 options for you guys here, and I'll let you guys pick and which one's the best. I think I know which one's going to be the best.
Okay.
But first up, we've got the shootout change, where any player at any time can take as many attempts in the shootout as they choose.
Like it, would take it.
Fine. Yep. In.
We've got first place finisher chooses their playoff opponent.
Like it and would take it.
In. We've got goalkeeper's area. No longer will there be a trapezoid restricting the goalie to a certain area.
Fine.
No, I need that still.
You need the trapezoid?
Yeah.
Why?
Because goalies are too good at handling the puck. That's why.
They're not that good.
Yeah, that's why it got put in.
They used to be
Hashtag
good.
let's ask the goalie.
Yeah, ask the goalie.
I think they should eliminate it because it will change
but you're
the
a
game.
goalie.
It'll change the game. There are guys that are so good at it now. It'll be incredible.
How good are they?
But that way it makes the game worse. It makes it harder to dump it in.
Good. You don't want dump ins.
The dump in goes behind the net 95% of the time anyway.
Right.
Who cares? If anything, they're chasing you're getting the goalie to go out to the corner.
But you're trying to dump it in that corner to get it so he can't go get it. It became there was a third defenseman on the ice before they got rid of that.
There was one goalie in the league that was good at this. It was Brodeur, right? That was it.
All right, I don't need that one. What else?
The jailbreak goal. If you score a goal in the penalty kill that is a minor penalty, so a 2-minute penalty, you get your player back.
Like it, would take it.
In.
Yeah. And the 3-2-1 point system.
Like it, would take it. The PWHL is better than the NHL.
The players voted jailbreak goal is number 1, 3-2-1 is number 2, and they were very close. Wow. 29 to 24%.
The players won
and then
3-2-1.
it goes first place finisher, shootout, goalkeeper.
Yeah, I like the jailbreak goal. I didn't realize that's what it was called. I want to see it where you score, you get the goal, and the guy comes out of the penalty box and they play some sort of song or a sound for that. What are they going to, like a prison siren?
You could play could you play like Renegade?
Whatever.
Maybe.
I'm into it. I like all those changes. I haven't really did the trapezoid one, but I'm not here to argue too hard against it. Hey, NHL, how about all these free ideas?
I will say the votes were very split. Not like it was 29%, 24%, 16%, 15%, 13%.
Let's just pick in your favorite one, right?
Yeah.
Maybe a lot of these players are thinking, I'll take 4 of those. 4 out of the 5.
There isn't a Buffalo vote here in any question. Any player question. Obviously, our best arena is not going to get it. Who would make a good broadcaster if they retire? No.
3 former Sabres in that one. Eric Comrie, Eric Johnson, and Marcus Foligno.
Smartest player, Crosby and Barkov, or Crosby and Kucherov. Zach Benson, robbed.
What else?
Best overall forward, McDavid, 74%, even though he's kind of having a down year for himself.
Who else?
Best overall goalie, Andrei Vasilevsky.
Best playmaker, Nikita Kucherov.
Shesterkin. Best overall defenseman, 71%, Cale Makar. That should absolutely be the case. Scored 30 goals this year. Most complete player, Crosby. Then Barkov. Very close.
Okay.
If you need to win a face-off, who would you pick? 20% Crosby, that's number 1. Number 2, Ryan O'Reilly.
Okay. I was waiting for a couple former Sabres to make this list.
Yeah, O'Reilly in there. Best overall skater, McDavid, then Makar, then McKinnon. No Eichel in here anywhere. Best fashion sense in the league. Number 1, David Pastrnak, then Matthews, then Nylander, then Laine. I thought Tage would make that.
Yeah.
Tage's got good fashion.
Hey, be sure to catch our WGR VIP golf card for one low price of $129 this season. You get premier courses like Diamond Hawk, Shamrock Hills, and the 10th hole at Attica. Also, a night golf at Bobolink. Keep your swing sharp at Golf Dojo. Free box of premium Vero X1 golf balls from Encore Golf. Deals at Rick Zurek Golf Warehouse. And you can also check out Destroyer Golf. So 8 fantastic golfing prizes, pieces, whatever. $129. $129. Don't miss out on this incredible offer. It is at getmyperks.com. The WGR VIP golf card. Get your season started with us.
WGR.